2022 meeting of the City of Lakeland Planning and Zoning Board. The board meets every third Tuesday of the month to review proposals for changing the city's comprehensive plan, its future land use map, zoning changes consistent with the map, and conditional use permits. The board is made up of 7 members appointed by the City Commission and is assisted by the staff of the Community and Economic Development Department and the City Attorney's Office. Staff will advance any presentation slides that should have been provided prior to the meeting. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a public hearing where we expect to hear new applicants explain their request and receive comments from affected parties. The second part of the meeting is termed the general meeting and primarily consists of acting on recommendations from staff about the cases that came up in the prior month's meeting. We invite everyone who wishes to participate to be heard. We do ask that you be concise in your comments and that speakers avoid being repetitive. That is, if several people have pointed out traffic concerns, there is no need to hear additional comments regarding traffic again. But we would like to hear anything new that has not been addressed. In order to allow everyone to have an opportunity to speak, there will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker, and the clerk has a timer for that purpose. We respectfully ask you to adhere to this rule. We also ask at this time that you silence all mobile devices. With that, we thank you. And with one other thing, when you do come up to speak, please give us your name and your address. We do thank you, though, all for being here, and I will turn the meeting over to our Secretary, Ronald Roberts. Ronald?
Good morning. Item 1, minor modification to plan unit development zoning to make changes to the adopted master sign plan for Lakeland Central Park on property located north and east of Pope Parkway, west of Airport Road, and south of Old Tampa Highway. Owner, Lakeland Property Partners, LLC. Applicant, Creative Sign Designs. And this item is for consideration of final decision.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Philip Scarce. I'm Principal Planner with Community Economic Development. We're going to warm up this morning with a minor modification to Lakeland Central Park. This is a 724-acre mixed-use development originally approved back in 2008. It's had a few modifications over the last few years, and the current PUD zoning allows for mixed-use office, commercial, industrial park with limited multifamily uses. It allows approximately 5 million square feet of industrial, 600,000 square feet of office, and 220,000 square foot of retail service, 300 multifamily units, and a hotel. The PUD is located Old Tampa Highway, and this is the Polk Parkway here, and this is the PUD. It's a rather long PUD, but this is just a major modification of the signage they propose. This is affects attachment G of the overall PUD. There's nothing substantially being changed within the PUD itself. I'm going to just scroll forward here. This is their current master sign plan. That's going to be replaced with this new sign plan showing the location of the new signs. So we have main entry, and then building identification signs, and then display signs. So we're just changing that language over. This is what their entry sign currently is approved for now. This is what they propose. So this would be their main entry sign. You'll see at Winston Park Boulevard and at the entrance of Old Tampa Highway, and eventually on Airport Road. And this is the building identification signs. Yep. Go back, excuse me. These are just the conditions of Appendix G, which is their signage plan. The first change here, instead of the parcel identification tenant entry signs, had a 7 feet overall height and a 40 square foot area. They are increasing the height but reducing the square footage to 20 feet. And then that'll be limited to 8 signs. And then the project identification sign, that larger sign we saw, that currently has a 10-foot height and a maximum square foot of 200 square feet. That is going to an overall height of 13 feet. It's actually 12 feet, 11 inches. We just rounded out to 13. And then a total height of, or total square footage of 224. That's really what's being modified. We're changing the master site plan out with this revised master site plan showing the new locations of the signage. Again, this was their old entry sign, and will be their new entry sign and their new parcel identification signs within off of Winston Park Boulevard. This is like their new corporate branding that they want to use. Some other modifications there were some wayfinding signs and some trail signage that was part of the original approval from 2008. Those are being removed, and the remaining signage will just meet the land development code. But we are recommending approval for this minor modification, and I stand for any questions. And I think the applicant might be here as well.
Any questions from the board? Any comments from the audience? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the request?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Item 2, small-scale land use amendment for public buildings, grounds, institutional uses to community activity center, and a change in zoning from limited impact office to community center commercial on approximately 2.63 acres located at the southeast corner of East Memorial Boulevard and North Ingram Avenue, 1005 East Memorial Boulevard. Owner, Sage LD1 LLC, applicant Shelton Rice, Peterson and Myers, PA.
Good morning. For the record, Todd Vargo with Community Economic Development. This is a pretty straightforward request for you this morning. The property is located at 1005 East Memorial Boulevard. You can see there's Lake Parker there. Here's a better close-up look at the subject site. Whoops, sorry. This is Memorial Boulevard going across here. This is Ingram Avenue right there. This is the old Searstown Shopping Center, and that's the old mall. The request is to, as previously stated, the request is to change the future land use district and the zoning for this 2.63 acre parcel. The current zoning district is O2, which is our limited impact office district. And the request is to change it to C4, which would allow for commercial uses on the property. You can see that there's a C4 on the north side of Memorial Boulevard, and over here the old Searstown is C4 as well. So this is just an extension of the C4 district. And then the request, in order to facilitate that zoning change, the applicant is requesting to change the future land use district from public buildings, grounds, institutional uses, which we abbreviate as PI, and it's that blue color there, to community activity center, which again is the same future land use district as Searstown and on the north side of Memorial Boulevard. So there's no islands being created by this or no enclaves. It's a natural extension of the existing future land use districts. At this time, the applicant has not shared their plans for the property, but they don't have to when you're just doing a straight zoning change. If this was a PUD, we would want to know what was being proposed for this property, but with a zoning change, they don't have to provide anything. So a couple pictures of the property. This property actually was the old District Court of Appeals building that was demolished earlier this year. So I don't have any pictures of the building. This is all as a vacant site now as it sits. This is looking south across Memorial Boulevard. And you can see there's a nice tree line there. This is to the east is a church, and I'm in the church parking lot looking west. I'm sorry. Yeah, looking west. Sorry, I said looking east. Let's change that. I'm looking west from the neighboring parcel at the property, and you can see in the very background there's some of the out parcels on the Searstown. And I can't get my east and my west right. Sorry, this is looking west along Memorial Boulevard, because there's the Searstown again, there's the new signage. And then this is looking east along Memorial Boulevard as well. So the property is this down here. And again, I will change that, my misdirection for the slideshow when it goes to the City Commission. But that's all I had. Looking south along Ingram Avenue, there's a Army Reserve Center here on the south side of the property. And again, this is Searstown over here. So the property is, this little corner is the southwest corner of the property. That, I believe, is all I have for slides. I will let the applicant wants to make a presentation. Okay.
Appreciate it. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Bart Allen. I'm a land use attorney with the Peterson & Myers Law Firm. My address is 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Sage LD1 LLC. I refer to them as Sage Land. I don't have a whole lot to add. I actually did have a little presentation, but as is the case, Todd basically said everything that I was going to say in my PowerPoint. I also get east and west confused. It's amazing how lost I still get going places. But just to kind of comment while I'm here, Sage Land Development, Clint Wallace, the manager of that LLC, is with me this morning in the audience. Clint has been in the real estate business going back into since 2005, where he was working with some developers out of Orlando. He's a local guy. Clint grew up here in Lakeland and is now refocusing his attention as he's opened a land brokerage and development business and is focusing on Polk County and I-4 corridor. And I'm proud to say this is proud of two things. One, this is his first big project, and I'm really excited to be participating with him. But also, he's one of the first people I met when I moved to Polk County back in 2007. So I'm also really proud to call him a friend. So with that, this is the old second DCA building. This was shut down back in 2016 due to health issues. It went to bid. There wasn't even any bidders originally for the site. Clint subsequently came in and has bought the property and now is looking to redevelop it with some commercial uses. So agree with staff as it relates to the consistency with the comprehensive plan and compatibility with the surrounding zoning and land use classifications, and we would request a favorable vote in moving this through the process. Thank you, Todd. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board? Any comments from the audience? This is not something that we vote on today. This is going to the department, so.
Yeah, we'll be back next month with a staff report and recommendation for you.
Okay, thank you.
Item 3, change in land use from residential low to residential medium on approximately 25.92 acres. A change in land use from neighborhood activity center to residential medium on approximately 3.81 acres, and a major modification of plan unit development zoning for Town Park Estates, Ordinance 4471 as amended, to allow a 3-story multifamily residential development with with a maximum of 252 dwelling units on 29.73 acres located south of Town Park Boulevard and west of Yates Road. Owner, Aleph at Yates LLC, applicant Timothy Campbell. And this item was continued from a previous meeting and is up for consideration of final decision.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Good morning again. For the record, my name is Philip Scarce. I'm a principal planner with Community Economic Development. What we'll do today is we'll go through our presentation, and the applicant also has a presentation as well. Since this is kind of a little bit different, we're doing a public hearing and a final recommendation this morning, so we'll stop and then let audience members be heard, and then we'll come back with our recommendation. So as Mr. Roberts was stating, this is a future land use amendment from residential low and to residential medium on approximately 25.92 acres, and change to NAC from NAC to a residential medium on 3.81 acres. Within the Town Park PUD. Site's located on the south west corner of Yates Road and Town Park Boulevard. Just a little shot here. Here's the site. Go here. Here's the site. This is Yates. This is Town Park Boulevard, and West Pipkin would be right here. And if you recall, previously this year, earlier this year, another multifamily development was approved on this parcel for our 252 multifamily dwelling units as well. So the request was originally heard, as Mr. Roberts stated, back in April of this year. The previous application was for 356 multifamily apartment complex consisting of 3 4-story structures, which would have been 1 bedroom, and due to compatibility concerns with the 4-story, there was the applicant went back to the drawing board. They to address concerns. They hired a local architecture firm to address those, and we'll get that site plan in a second. But I just want to refresh your memory with some slides. This is looking south on Yates Road into the site. This is looking southeast on Yates Road across the single-family subdivision in Polk County. Get another look on southeast Yates Road. This is looking north on Yates, and Town Park Boulevard is Town Park Boulevard would come out right here, and this is the site. And this is looking into the site. This is southeast on Park Boulevard, on Town Park Boulevard, excuse me. And just to refresh your memory, this was the old site plan that was heard back in April. Again, there was 3 4-story structures, all 1-bedroom units with parking, everything. So to address the initial concerns, and again, this was continued until today. This is their new site plan moving forward. To address the concerns, the owner engaged a local architecture firm. They revised the development plan, which reduces the overall density by approximately 30%, and the maximum building height from 4 stories to 3 stories. As part of these changes, the project is also broken up into 6 smaller buildings, centrally located. So to get you oriented, this would be Town Park Boulevard, and this would be Yates. There's a primary entrance on Yates here, and then you have your 6 3-story structures. There's the wetland obviously is being retained as conservation, and then I'm going to get into a little bit more about this. Is another conservation tract associated with Town Park HOA. I'll get into that in a few minutes. The new site plan reduces the impacts by preserving existing tree canopy as a natural buffer to the west and incorporating existing trees adjacent to the Yates Road frontage. So they'll also, if you notice this pictures previously, they're going to retain these trees, a lot of these natural vegetation along Yates. this is their black and white slide. Oh. Keep going forward there. The surrounding land uses include single-family uses to the south. Those are within Polk County. To the east are single-family uses as well. Those are within Polk County. And to the west is the single-family section of Town Park Estates. The subject is parcel is currently vacant, has a total area of 29.73 acres. Approximately 18.75 acres are designated wetlands. The subject property is located immediately east of Phase 1A of Town Park Estates, single-family subdivision. To the north, across Town Park Boulevard, is a previously planned 252 multifamily residential development. And that was approved, again, I mentioned that was approved earlier this year by the City Commission in March. And that, for your reference, that project is right here. I'm going to just go back to my aerial, just so we're adjacent uses to the south and east along Blueberry Drive are single family. And those are down here. You have some single family uses within Polk County. The red line is the city limit line. And you have some adjacent residential uses. Regardless of whether in the city or the county, we're still cognizant of the surrounding uses here. The RL portion of the site was part of the overall town park PUD, and that overall, that RL section is here, and then the NAC section that we're changing is here. I think there was envisioned at one time that town park would just cut straight, but it had to kind of meander around this little isolated wetland there. So a portion of that NAC that was part of that upper parcel here was considered became one parcel. So this RL portion within the town park PUD doesn't have any entitlements to it. It was just designated within the PUD as future institutional use. Assuming back then they may be planning a church at one time. And this was approved back in 2003 originally. And Town Park was originally approved for 412. It was increased later to about 490 dwelling units. Let's go back to our site plan. The revised application proposes a 252-unit multifamily complex. That 252 is the same number as that development that was just recently approved across from Town Park. The proposed mix will consist of 126 one-bedroom units, 99 two-bedroom units, and 27 three-bedroom units. Based on this unit count, a total of 441 parking spaces is required. However, there are reductions allowed in the land use development and the land development code for bicycle parking and transit. So they're taking advantage of that. So they've reduced the total parking to 400 spaces. As we analyze this request, this has lesser impacts than the previous application, than this site plan, to the single-family uses. As previously discussed, approximately 2/3 of the subject property consisted of a large wetland, which provides a separation distance approximately 400 feet from the closest multifamily unit. Along the east side of the wetlands, there's a natural buffer consisting of a mixture of mature deciduous trees with an average height between 35 and 40 feet. The applicant has confirmed that they will retain. And just to the south of that is a conservation tract owned by the Town Park HOA that will act as an additional buffer within the HOA that is classified as a conservation tract. And that average width of that conservation tract, I just want to go back to my aerial. Apologize for going back and forth. You can see that tract is right here. And you see it meanders. So you have the partial and the wetland here. You can see the wetland here. But you also have a conservation tract that also acts as an additional buffer. And I did some measurements. That average width of that that buffer is about 60 feet. I think about 40 feet is the closest, but it averages about 60 feet. And although the proposed number of dwelling units is the same as what was previously approved for the mosaic for the site to the north, the overall density is approximately 40% less due to the larger number of wetlands, and thus it does represent a step down in intensity, as this is a overall greater, less intense development than what was approved for, just based on land area. And at there were several, like, as we mentioned, at the April 19th hearing, there were several residents concerned, expressed concerns about the impacts of the proposed development. Those impacts included wildlife and increased traffic and crime, loss of privacy due to the 4-story building height. And again, they went back to the drawing board and proposing this redesign of the site, which is takes into consideration, I think they did a good job, it takes into consideration the natural features of the site and the adjacent uses. There is an access, I just wanted to point out, there is an access point onto Town Park Boulevard as well. And so with that, I know the applicant, this is a black and white slideshow. This black and white, slideshow. This is black and white site plan that will go with the ordinance. A couple more diagrams here. This is a sightline diagram for the 3-story, showing the adjacent to the single-family uses. And the applicant's going to get into a little bit more of this. And this is a good good illustration to show you the surrounding uses of the area with the heights of the existing buildings. This is the Geico structure here. And then again, they're pointing out that conservation tract there. But the applicant's going to get more detail into this, which I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. I think Mr. Campbell is here to speak for the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For purposes of your record, my name is Tim Campbell with law firm of Clark Campbell, Lancaster, Workman, and Airth, 500 South Florida Avenue. Thank you, Philip, for your presentation. I'm here today representing the application. With me is Josh Kohnfelder, the project manager with the developer. I'm proud to have Steve Boyington and Nikki Pereira with the Lens Group, our architectural for the project, and Drew Morrison, our project engineer with Chastain Skillman. As you heard Philip discuss, and it's important that when this came in the first time, it was 356 units, 4 stories, and it didn't really fit great. Your staff reaction, this commission's reaction, the neighbors' reaction were that the developer really needed to take a good look at what they ultimately were going to propose. We feel fortunate that then they came after the fact and brought in the Lens Group, Chastain Skillman, and my firm to help them come back and present to you a plan that really fits in this site and is compatible within this area. So we're glad that they did that. We're glad to present this plan to you today. After getting that feedback, we did collectively develop a site plan with input from staff that is compatible with the surrounding area and works very well for this site. After that first hearing, the staff wanted to limit the units to something equal to what was on the corner there of Pipkin and Yates Road. That site, which you heard Philip reference a couple times, we call the Mosaic site. And that site is 252 units, as you heard. It's on 18.74 acres, and it has an RH, a residential high land use. So its density is about 13.5 units per acre. The staff's desire and our desire with this new plan was, as we step away from the intersection of Pipkin and Yates, to have less density, overall density, and less impact. So we are on the same number of units, 252, but our proposal is for on a 29, almost 30 acre site with a residential medium land use and a density of just approximately 8.5. So we are truly a step down in density as we move to our site. We've limited the building height, as you heard, to 3 stories, so we reduced that to reduce the overall impact. And we also changed up the rather large 3 buildings into more natural multifamily community type buildings. As you heard Philip tell you, there are 6. We also took advantage of, with Chastain Skillman and the Lunds Group's help, to take advantage of, you saw the pictures. This is a very well-treed site. You can see the plan that's up now. So the development team took advantage of that to make sure this is, in addition to the significant setbacks that exist to any existing homes, to take advantage of the significant natural buffers to make this community very compatible in the location in which it's located. The Lunds Group and Nikki will address you next to really go through these in a little better detail. Prepared line of sight exhibits, which you saw, just to make sure the staff was comfortable. We weren't having any significant impacts on any of the neighboring properties. We also had, our development team had an electronic meeting with Josh, the project manager, with the association to kind of share our new plans and our thoughts, to get feedback in an effort to make sure we were taking the neighbors' interests into account. From a transportation perspective, and some of you may have wondered, some of the pictures have a lot of clearing. Well, that's part of, Polk County is presently doing a 4-lane improvement to West Pipkin Road. That's well underway. They're also, in conjunction with that, improving Yates Road that extends down to Town Park Boulevard. We are present, matter of fact, it's set up this week, and it's in your staff report. There's a staff recommendation that the county will require a southbound right turn in to our site on Yates and a left northbound turn lane into our site. And what we are meeting with in conjunction with that is asking the county to work with them to extend, you read about in your staff report that there's an additional lane, southbound lane coming off of Pipkin on Yates that then merges into one. It merges right after Town Park Boulevard. Our effort will be to participate with the county so the merge doesn't occur until after our entrance. And so that will really make the traffic flow in and out of our community significantly better, and will ease some of the traffic in that general area in conjunction with the plans that the county's already undertaken. So we're very pleased to bring to you today a plan that addresses all the issues that were raised by your staff, and they did a very good job pointing out things that weren't quite compatible, that needed improvement, and I think the response of this developer has been very good. We listened to the neighbors' concerns and we tried to address those things, and think we have in a very significant manner. Our proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, land development code, and so we appreciate your consideration, and will ultimately respectfully request your vote to approve our application. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Nikki Pareda to step up and describe the revised plan and the features of our community. And after that, I'll return to close and again request the opportunity to address you regarding any public comments you may hear during the hearing. And we'll stand for any questions you have at any time during our presentation.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
I just have one
Well,
question.
Mr.
I
Campbell?
just have one question. I remember at our last hearing, there was some concern about school overcrowding. What does the county school board have to say about the additional children that will be attending elementary school there? I don't see anything in here about that.
There is a reference in the staff report. What you have to do is there's an application you file with the school board where they determine whether there's significant capacity. It's their determination at each of the levels of elementary, middle, and high school. They come back and they either give you what's called a binding concurrency determination, which is good for a period of time that allows us to get through the development process and we're good to go, or they point out a deficiency and they have provisions in their ordinances or the county's ordinances that discuss mitigation. And so there are things, if there's not sufficient capacity, and the many that I've done, I've not run into that yet, But if there's not significant or sufficient capacity, there are things you have to do if you're going to move forward that help fund some additional seats or do something in conjunction with the school board to address those issues. So it's not something that we've done at this point. We will submit the application. We will hope to come back. We will have an indication from the school board by the time it reaches the city commission. But that's the process we go through.
And just jumping in real quick to follow up on Mr. Campbell's points is that based on what we've received from the school district, and it's on page 6 of the staff report, that right now we do have an issue with capacity at Wagner Elementary. However, there is adequate capacity at Southwest Elementary, as well as Sleepy Hill Middle and George Jenkins High. The issues that we have throughout much of the county right now, and this is something that we've heard several times from the school district management, is that we have a number of schools that are operating at or above capacity, but we also have quite a few, probably about the same amount, that are operating significantly below capacity. So one of the things the school district will be working on here over the next 2 or 3 years is trying to figure out how to balance or better balance that issue, because as you might imagine, it does cause a lot of kids in Southwest Lakeland to have to go to North Lakeland for school, which just really seems counterintuitive and doesn't sound, there's cost and other issues associated with that. But that is one of the things that in terms of the way the school concurrency, it's really called adjacency, is that even if you don't have capacity at the school that's right next to you, as long as you have capacity at the adjacent district, then you still pass school concurrency. But that is something that we've got the initial indication from the school district that that they would find a favorable concurrency determination, but that gets locked down at the time of site plan submittal.
Well, ask a question. Is there a danger, or not a danger, that's the wrong word, is there a possibility that some of these kids will then, who have to go out to the other school, have an hour and a half ride, as happens in some instances?
I think if in terms of Southwest Elementary, it's certainly closer than if you're looking at Sleepy Hill Middle School. So as the kids move up, I mean that's one of the issues in this area that my understanding is most of Southwest Lakeland, the kids are going to Sleepy Hill Middle, which is clear on the other side of town, and that is that's probably an hour one way in terms of transportation. So there's definitely a time issue and a cost to the school district. So I think that's part of, under the new superintendent and having them take a look at the school districts as they exist today, is a way to better balance that, to address that issue. Because for them, having schools that are operating so far below capacity is on a per student basis, the cost of that are substantially higher, and so it's not in their interest to have that continue as well. So there'll be more of that coming here in the near future that you'll be hearing from them.
Any other questions?
They're still doing their presentation.
Nikki Prado with the Lens Group, for the record, 58 Lake Morton Drive. I am a designer and project manager for the Lens Group alongside Stephen Boynton, the architect of record, and I have the privilege of discussing the architectural intent that we had for this community. As was mentioned before with Phil and Tim, the proposed 252 apartment units are based off of breaking up the buildings from 3 larger buildings into 6. We've got 4 48-unit buildings and 2 36-unit buildings. We have our entrance, the main spine here showing on Yates Road, and we create a central boulevard in the middle, creating a sense of place when you walk in, and with a clubhouse situated right at the front entrance, as well as the amenities overlooking the existing deciduous trees and the wetlands. Previously, we had the buildings all as 1 bedroom, and we've changed that to now 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms for singles, couples, and families as well. So we're excited to be able to propose that. Here's a view, a bird's eye view coming from the entry looking straight. The clubhouse is proposed to be about 3,000 square feet, and the pool is about 1,200 square feet. Next slide. You can go to the next one. Here we show the building height concern. We originally had 4 stories, but we've reduced it to 3 stories. And it's at 40 feet on average peak. We have Geico that's situated to the north of our building that's about 60, 70 feet above grade of this building. And at the very, very top where we have the balcony, someone's situated at an eye level of no more than 30 feet if they're about 6 foot tall. So that since the deciduous trees have an average height of about 40, some of them are a lot taller than that one. We do have a really nice natural buffer all surrounding around the buildings that will create a nice privacy. And as Phil has touched on before, we have an extension of wetlands that are about 400 feet distance from the neighborhoods over to the west, and about 200 feet from the neighborhoods to the east is the distance between where the apartments will be and the single family as well. And we also have retention ponds that are situated throughout the building that also creates an extra layer of buffer. And we're also doing retention completely on the site. We're not utilizing any of the wetlands. Here's an image of that retention and overlooking the tree canopy, as you can see. And this is a perspective view of somebody on the balcony overlooking the tree canopy as well. This is facing Yates Road. And finally here, you're standing at Forest Brook Drive. This would be the perspective looking straight down into the entry for English Creek. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question. The view that you showed from the balcony, was that from one of the top balconies or middle
Yes,
balcony?
that would be from the third floor.
And at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Chuck Barmby to talk about the transportation analysis and the study that was done for that.
All right, well, thanks, Philip. One of the items that was lacking during the initial public hearing back in April was a traffic study to take a look at the impacts of the project and the surrounding area. And so Way Engineering, on behalf of the applicant, submitted a traffic study back in July. Based on the trip generation, we're looking at over 1,100 daily trips, just under 100 during the AM and PM peaks. And one of the things that's important to note about the traffic study is that we included the vested trips or the approved trips for nearby development like Hawthorne Ranch, Riverstone, even though Riverstone is mostly built out at this point, and the Mosaic apartments across Town Park Boulevard, and a minor growth factor for Geico. The applicant did talk with the regional manager for the Geico facility across the street, and at this point, they're only anticipating about another 10% of growth back from where they are today. Certainly with the pandemic, office environments have changed substantially, and so I don't think they're, at this point, they're looking at the 2,500 or so employees that they had here previously. So all that was factored in the traffic analysis. The counts were taken at different times from 2019 to 2022 based on the location and the issues that we really wanted to get into more detail on. Certainly 2019 was a higher volume related to Geico because they were at full employment at that time. But we wanted to make sure that we looked at it as many different angles as possible. And then a morning analysis was also performed to take into account the impacts of Wagner Elementary School and again the surrounding development. So we believe that there was a thorough analysis that was submitted by the applicant that also, and on the next slide, gets into some of the kind of the mechanics of how we had the study conducted. We looked at significant roadway segments and intersections, and for us, and the way the comp plan defines significance, it's where the project consumes 5% or more of the directional capacity of a roadway or an intersection. So for our purposes, we look primarily at Yates and West Pipkin Road. Certainly even with all the construction that is underway out there now by Polk County, the northbound approach to the Yates Road, West Pipkin intersection fails in both the AM and peak period. Even though that's not good, it still complies with our comprehensive plan and land development code level of service standards that say that you have to have more than one public approach to an intersection to fail for the whole intersection to fail. So what we've done, and we'll get into this with the conditions, is that there are some signal and operational improvements that can be made within the turn lane geometrics that are under construction right now to improve the conditions of the intersections during the AM and PM peak, but we wanted to at least get that out there and let you know that was an issue that we're working on with the applicant. There are also major southbound delays expected at Medella and West Pipkin Road under the current stop condition. The good news with that intersection is that there is a signalization project that is funded by the Riverstone Development that is being conducted as part of the 4-laning of West Pipkin Road, and so that intersection will be signalized perhaps as early as the end of the calendar year, 2022. And then, of course, we've got the ongoing improvements on West Pipkin and Yates Road. The next slides, what we'll end up starting to see is that there were some, in addition to capacity issues or concerns, is that there were some really cut-through traffic issues that the town park residents are experiencing, and that was something that was relayed to staff as something that we needed to address. So to kind of step back and take a look at that in more detail, the applicant actually proposed a distribution of project traffic on Town Park Boulevard that was substantially more than what we would typically expect given the new layout presented today. So even with 80% of the project traffic coming in and off of Town Park Boulevard, which we certainly do not expect to be the case, there was a borderline need for a westbound left turn on Town Park. We became concerned is that if you add a turn lane there, you're going to increase speeds and probably make the cut-through situation worse. So what we've done is, and we'll get into this in the conditions, is that we're foregoing the left turn on Town Park Boulevard to get the turn lanes on Yates and encourage the traffic to use the Yates Road entrance as the primary point of ingress and egress. We are also looking at a raised crosswalk on Town Park Boulevard approaching Song Sparrow Court. That's where you go from sidewalks on both sides of Town Park Boulevard to one side of the street. And so with that mid-block crossing, we believe that a raised crosswalk at that location would do two things: improve the safety of the crosswalk, but also slow traffic down coming into the neighborhood from the east. The site is also currently outside of the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District, and so part of this approval would include a condition that they submit an annexation petition to come into the transit district. And this site is also on a citywide proposed pathway corridor. So we look at pedestrian connectivity and on-site circulation to complement that. The next slide gets into just in terms of the design of the Yates Road improvements that were referenced earlier. In essence, once the county is finished, Yates Road will be 4-lane from Town Park Boulevard north to West Pipkin Road. From Town Park Boulevard to the south, then you start the transition down to Brook Drive, just north of Wagner Elementary School. So given the scope of the construction that's underway right now by the county and the timing of this project, and I think there's a real opportunity here for the applicant to work with the county to work a southbound right turn lane and a northbound left into the design of the project that's under construction now. So Philip, if you go through, we've got 2 more slides that just show how the roadway transitions from the 4-lane section down to the existing 2 lanes there at Wagner Elementary. So the next slide takes you to really the south end of this development site and the south end of the Yates Road improvements. So I think that's all I have on transportation.
Any question?
And answer any questions that you have on the study and the conditions.
I don't know when the best time is, but I've got to preclude myself from this. This one, I've got a paper into you already.
Me too as well, since my husband is managing partner of the Lens Group.
Mr. Locke, if you could just state the nature again of your conflict.
Yeah, similar to the adjacent development, our firm is contracted with Polk County for the road development. And because of the staff recommendation, they would potentially create additional work for our firm, so I'd prefer not to be a part of the discussion.
Okay, we have the forms available. Is that right, Christelle? So we'll just ask that before you leave today, you fill out the form, and we'll put it into the minutes to show that you two have recused from this, and that leaves us with 4 voting members, so we do maintain a quorum on the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just the last thing I just wanted to state prior to going into to public comment was that this was reposted. Staff, I only received 1 phone call in opposition, mostly questions, but we really didn't receive a lot of emails or calls. We just had that 1 call. With that, and then I will go into my recommendation after the public comment. Thank you, sir.
Any comments from the audience?
My name is Heather Kessler. I live at 5348 Song Sparrow Court in Town Park Estates. You've already answered some of the questions that I had. My one concern is school. I lived there prior to all of the other phases being built, and it was peaceful, and we didn't have crazy traffic going through our neighborhoods. Now people fly through there because of all of the new phases that were built. I do not allow my one daughter, she does ride a bus, but my other daughter, I drive her to school because of the traffic. But my concern is all of the other families and children that are there that do ride the bus. Is there any way possible, and I may have to get in contact with the school board, but to move the bus stop in a different location, because where it is now, where they pick up and drop off the children, it's right there where your other entrance is in Town Park Estates, when you make a left there off of Yates, or not on Yates, but you turn on West Pipkin, and then you make that immediate right. You said you were going to have an entrance there as well?
There, as it stands right now, is there would be an entrance into the apartment community south of Town Park Boulevard.
Right.
The Mosaic project across the street on the north side between Town Park and West Pipkin may have a driveway. They were talking with the county about that. It's probably a little bit more of a challenge for that location. But certainly what we can do is discuss the current school bus stop location with the school district staff and see what the options are in terms of moving it. Would you be looking for it to come off of Yates Road onto Town Park Boulevard or some other location?
If it was still on Town Park Boulevard, but further down.
Okay.
I know, I believe it's McKeel. They have a school bus stop that's further down on Town Park Boulevard, versus right now some of the other schools are right there at like the main entrance of Town Park Boulevard, where you're going to be putting your other entrance exit into this subdivision. And I'm not sure about Mosaic. I know at one time they said they were going to have an entrance exit there as well. And when I went to that meeting, I proposed that possibly the apartments that we once lived in off of Shepherd Road, they had like an emergency, like they were always locked, the gates were locked. And if ever there was an emergency where the police department, fire station needed to come, they had immediate access. They had their own code to get in. So what about making that entrance exit off of Town Park Boulevard an emergency exit? So if ever there was an emergency, that they would have access to come in that way and not make it so much an entrance exit for the people that live there, and just make it the main one off of Yates for them.
In terms of how we would handle the Town Park driveway, just like with Mosaic, there are 2 issues with having an emergency-only access on a road like Town Park is that we want the circulation to distribute the traffic, because ultimately it helps improve, like Town Park Yates Road intersection. It kind of keeps everybody from focused on one point. But also it's really difficult to manage the operations of a gate. And so if it's emergency access only, somebody would have to kind of monitor it all the time, and that becomes a bit of an enforcement issue long term, particularly kind of forever and ever as the development moves forward. So what we wanted to do here is allow to have full access to both Yates and to Town Park Boulevard, but have the design of the development, the amenity center, where the mailbox kiosk and all that will be located as well, down closer to Yates Road so that it will push more traffic that direction. So you would still have access to both streets, but the residents are going to be using Yates Road more than Town Park just because of the layout and the convenience of having everything further south on site.
Okay, so maybe just get with the school board to have them maybe move down their bus stops a little bit further.
And we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning. My name is Arlene Thomason. This is my husband, David Fingerlow. We live at 5328 Song Sparrow Court. We're requesting that the proposed project that is under consideration, before considering the proposed project, that the Mosaic development be completed, and has been stated this was previously approved with 252 units at West Pipkin and Yates Road. Once this is finished and has at least 90% occupancy for a minimum of 12 months, we further request an up-to-date traffic study is done to see the impact that the Mosaic residents have on the area, and 2, an up-to-date study on the impact to Wagner Elementary School. So we have current studies as opposed to the dates that you had stated. And your idea of having a raised crosswalk at Song Sparrow and Town Park Boulevard, believe me, is not going to slow down traffic past Song Sparrow Court. They're still going to be very fast up to the crosswalk, they go over it, and then they fly down Town Park Boulevard. It's dangerous. We have children. We walk our dog, and I firmly believe that's not going to slow down traffic at all. We're very concerned about the impact of this many more residents in this area before we've got studies done after Mosaic goes in. Thank you.
Just to add to that, and I apologize because my head is spinning from all this new information that we've just gotten and have not had time to contemplate and percolate. So, but I would like to simply ask you there's a gap between conceptual and reality. My background is in transportation engineering and site development. I've done a lot of these conceptual renderings myself. And I know from firsthand experience that what is proposed on beautiful graphics and conceptual renderings as a conceptual, and what actually happens a couple of years after this is all said and done and in working, does not improve the quality of life of the people who are already living in that area. It always has a negative impact. It isn't necessarily catastrophic. People do adjust, but it never improves the quality of their life. It always, one thing I predict is going to happen is the improvements that are being made to for the widening of Yates and Pipkin right now, by the time you add 500 more units on top of that, are going to be instantly obsolete. We'll be right back to having to widen all of those roads. And if we don't have a signal at Town Park and Yates, we will never be able to get out of our development if you drop 500 apartment complexes in here. So I appreciate you considering that. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
David Fingerlow, 5328 Song Sparrow Court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Tracy Bush, 5332 Song Sparrow Court. Thank you for the drawings. That was helpful from the last one. I'm just going to go through a list of the concerns, kind of quick and in bullet form. I do echo the other two sentiments. The first thing is the 252 units with 400 parking spaces with 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom. Is that even enough? Where's the overflow parking going to go? And then I understand you were talking about only a right-hand turn out on Town Park, but can they come in and turn right into their neighborhood from, if they come in off the Pipkin exit or entrance, can they then come through our neighborhood and turn right into their units? That'll be extra traffic that wasn't discussed. I know we had conversations about traffic and we're not to speak of it if we've already talked about it, but we do have quite a lot of speeding through our neighborhood, and it's, like Heather said, it's gotten worse since all the other neighborhoods have come in. So just keeping that in mind. And again, both apartments are going to use our neighborhood as a cutaway, and it's going to get worse. I think I spoke of the light last time I was here. If we don't have a light, we're never going to get out of our neighborhood. And just a note, the peak hours that were notated for the traffic study, there's dark hours in there, and there's children walking to school, walking to the bus stops. So keep that in mind. And the noise level, I talked about noise pollution last time, and we're gonna have noise pollution. We can't enjoy our homes. And I'm gonna bring up crime. Anytime you increase residents, you're gonna have increased crime. Are the police, fire, emergency budgets ready for the influx? And just on a personal note, ever since our neighborhood has been expanding, I have had a couple of instances while exercising outside that have been uncomfortable. And so I was speaking from a personal perspective on the last meeting we had. It's sad if I can't walk around my neighborhood and feel safe. So thank you.
Any other comments? Any questions from the board?
Just to briefly address a couple of the concerns, and keep in mind,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the individuals.
It's okay.
Judy Harrington, 5135 Fernbrook Lane. I live on the other side of Yates Road. We are in closed neighborhood of 100 homes. We only have one exit and one entrance. And with all this added traffic, we will never be able to get out of our neighborhood. Especially turning left, because it's going to be 4 lanes right in front of where our exit comes out. And without a traffic light, I don't know if that's too close to Pipkin Road to put another traffic light, but I feel the same as the people across the street. None of us are going to ever be able to get out on Yates Road without a traffic light. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Campbell.
Thank you again. So keep in mind, we consider there was a lot of the same concerns at the initial meeting. And while we're a new development team, we went back through those things and considered all those things when we redesigned this plan. We also had the meeting with association representatives to make sure we ran the plan by them and heard their concerns. What you kept hearing was a lot of speeding on Town Park Boulevard. That is an enforcement issue. That's not something that we introduce into the neighborhood or really even exasperate. You've seen your staff actually take that into account, so they've listened and considered too, and are talking about the raised crosswalk, which certainly does impact speeding, and we've supported that and accepted that that's going to be part of our condition. I think, unless Chuck corrects me, when we do a traffic study after Mosaic's already been approved, our traffic engineer has to take those trips into account. So it's not that our traffic study assumes something where there's not any of the other traffic out there. Also keep in mind, through Polk County and through the city's efforts, and through our design efforts, our orientation and our entrance is on Yates. So you saw that we placed the clubhouse there. We have a very nice entrance. The county and the city are requiring us to do a right turn in off of Yates, a northbound left turn in. And so we certainly are encouraging and anticipate that the majority of the trips will come in and off of Yates Road. And so that was intentional by the city and by our planning group in how we address that. The gentleman talked about renderings, and we all have seen that renderings are supposed to look good. But what's important in our renderings, I can tell you because I participated, that what you're seeing now is what the city requires. It's called a black line plan. That's so when it's in an ordinance and recorded, you can actually see it. The colored ones look good today, but they don't look good in ordinances 10 years later. This is designed by Chastain Skillman. And when the engineers do this in conjunction with the architects, these things are how they're going to be. This is how the size of the buildings, the parking that's required. They look at the wetland lines. They look at all those things. So in this case, probably more than usual, what is shown is what's going to happen, because this is an engineered plan. We will go from this if we get approval from this board and the city commission. We will go from this, and then we'll go into real construction level approval plans, but it'll be based upon this engineered plan. So you are seeing what you're going to get in this instance. The traffic thing also, we not only are, as far as concerns, we're adding the improvements. These improvements at the staff's recommendation, the turn lanes, are something that wouldn't be considered generally in your traffic analysis. So we're further addressing any traffic impacts by being required to add these improvements. Keep in mind as we go through this that initially the corner, the Mosaic property, and a portion of our property were neighborhood activity center, anticipating a commercial shopping center on that corner. So as your staff and as people go through mixed-use designs, that was going to be a shopping center that was part of the mix of uses, and that's how neighborhoods work well, is single-family, multifamily, some commercial node, and it's a mix of uses that work well together. And so the impacts from this development are basically just a step down from that neighborhood activity center that was initially approved, and a step down from what's being proposed on the corner on the Mosaic project. That makes sense for this site and makes sense from a planning perspective of a drop down in density and intensity. So we think that the plan that we've submitted does address that. So with that, we again appreciate your consideration. We know that Philip's going to go through his recommended conditions. We respectfully request your approval of our application, and we continue to stand available for any questions that you may have, and thank you.
I have a quick question. The raised crosswalk on Song Sparrow, where on Song Sparrow is it? The raised?
It would actually be on Town Park Boulevard, immediately east of Song Sparrow Court, where there's an existing mid-block crossing today.
Oh, thank you, because I'm listening to all the people speeding through the neighborhood, and those apartments aren't even there. So the people who are speeding through the neighborhood are probably living in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make sure where that was, and they do work. We have some on Eastway Drive, so yeah, they work.
And isn't the entrance actually east of where the homes begin in Town Park? So that entrance off of Town Park has really no impact as far as the people that actually live in Town Park, the single-family homes.
It'll be located east of Song Sparrow and east of the Town Park neighborhood, and align with Mosaic. So the intent is to hold the line there so that the driveways aren't further west into the neighborhood.
Okay.
What is, in terms of the timing between the two, can you clarify completion-wise, what's the?
So I don't know and can't speak to the Mosaic development. I don't know if they're in for their construction lands, so they haven't even come in for that. Typically, if we're fortunate enough and we have approval from this board and the city commission, we then, the engineers really kick it in and with conjunction with the architects and start to get the construction level plans to come in and submit those for approval. So it's typically 18 to 24 months before you'd see construction begin on our project, and I can't speak for Mosaic. They would be about the same timeline depending on when they start. Our plans would be to continue to move forward with this multifamily community.
And really, it's an applicant-driven process, and so if the zoning ordinance were approved, and they submitted site plans tomorrow, I mean, we're probably 6 months from site plan approval. You got to have building plans reviewed as well for each of the buildings and each of the structures on site. So there's definitely some time there. And what we're seeing in terms of other multifamily developments constructed around the city right now, it's 18 months plus because of a whole host of issues. But it takes a long time for multifamily developments to be constructed from the ground up. And then just kind of jumping real quick to the road construction, the last schedule we had heard from Polk County is completion of West Pipkin Road and these associated Yates Road improvements would be September 2024. So that project still has a ways to go as well. So all of this is going to evolve over the next probably 2 years.
Chuck, did you want to respond to the comment about a signal at Fernbrook and the project entrance?
Yeah, actually, I was going to handle that under the conditions.
Okay.
Philip will be getting to that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck, you? Ms. Butson?
All right.
Before I get into the conditions, I just wanted to note a couple things in the staff memo. And this basically sets up our recommendation. But as we analyzed the previous Mosaic site, we also do the same thing with this site as well. There is you'll notice in the staff report in there that we analyze this for consistency with the Southwest Sector Plan that was adopted by resolution by the City Commission for this area. And we found it consistent with the guiding principles, including allowing increases in density where appropriate, cluster development to avoid wetland, floodplain, to avoid impacts to wetlands and floodplains, preserve open space and create amenities, design walkable neighborhoods and create connectivities for vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians, mix of land uses to create sustainable neighborhoods, provide transitions between those land uses to avoid conflict, avoid urban or suburban residential densities at the end of the airport runways, which this does, organize land uses around designated activity centers and major road corridors, improve existing major road network and strategic road network sections, design for other modes of transportation that include public transit, which they are, as we'll get into the transportation conditions, going to annex into the transit district, and make sure make use of the existing infrastructure system. So. That said, the Community Economic Development Department has reviewed the request and recommends that approval for the future land use amendment from NAC and residential low to a residential medium land use category, including a major modification to the PUD Town Park Estates Ordinance 4471 to allow a 3-story multifamily residential development with a maximum of 252 dwelling units on 29.73 acres. And we'll go into the conditions. And you'll notice in your staff memo that the first set of conditions were for the single-family portion of the Town Park Estates, and then we are adding a multifamily portion. So it'll start. There's a number 2 that starts with permitted uses, multifamily uses, and customary accessory uses, leasing office, clubhouse, swimming pool, and other similar recreation facilities. The required resident mailbox kiosk should be located and proposed at the Clubhouse Amenity Center, subject to U.S. Postal Service siting requirements. Again, we're a maximum of 252 dwelling units. The development standard is a suburban neighborhood with the MF12 standard context. The site plan shall be developed in accordance with that black and white site plan that you've seen previously. Landscaping and buffering, we're encouraging the mix, we're encouraging the mature tree canopy to be retained along the wetland area, shown in attachment F2 of the conditions. So to maintain that as a natural buffer, a type time of site plan review, a tree survey shall be provided to the city arborist for purposes of determining which trees are to be preserved and protected during the construction process. Existing mature trees located on the east side of the project site adjacent to the right-of-way for Yates Road shall be included as part of the tree survey, and those are required to be incorporated into the buffer along Yates Road. The specific trees to be approved shall be reviewed by the city's arborist. Outdoor lighting shall be in accordance with the Land Development Code, and it's just now wanting to just get into the transportation conditions. Binding concurrency determination will be made at the site plan submittal, and to the point that was spoken earlier, if there are any modifications that need to be made to the transportation analysis update, maybe time takes place, they'll have to do any modifications to the transportation analysis that may be needed at the time of development. An ADA compliant pedestrian network is required between the residential building and the on-site amenity. The network shall be connected to the sidewalks along Town Park Boulevard and Yates Road frontages. Bicycle parking shall be provided for each principal building in compliance with section 4.11.6 of the Land Development Code and index 900 of the city's engineering manual. Prior to the first site plan submittal, a navigation agreement shall be recorded with the clerk of courts to notify residents of the proximity to the Lakeland Airport. An annexation petition shall be submitted to the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District. Site plan submittal, a signal warrant analysis shall be provided for the Town Park Yates Road intersection. Should it be determined by Polk County that signal warrants will be met, the applicant shall enter an appropriate share agreement with the city for all costs associated with that traffic signal.
And real quick on
Yes.
that, and to get to the point about the traffic signal warrant analysis, is that traffic signals cannot be installed unless they meet national criteria. So there is a separate analysis that has to be done based on really existing traffic conditions once the developments start to further evolve in the area. And so the intent here is that, and we've got the same condition for Mosaic, is that when they come in for, prior to site plan submittal, they come in and submit a detailed engineering signal warrant analysis that's reviewed and approved, not just by the city of Lakeland, but also by Polk County as the owner of Yates Road, to make sure that the criteria is met to allow for the installation of the traffic signal. One of the things that we would look at the time is whether or not a signal at Yates and Town Park would actually increase cut-through traffic, because a lot of times what we see is that when a signal is installed on a street, then all of a sudden that becomes a funnel for traffic, because now it's more convenient for them to get out to the road system because of the traffic light. So we want to see what happens with the signalization of Medela and West Pipkin Road, and see what that has in terms of distribution out there. But I want to let everybody know that that is a condition we're taking seriously. It's just there are several steps and criteria that we have to go through to be able to get to an answer on whether or not a signal is appropriate to that location.
Great, thanks, Chuck, appreciate that. The planned traffic signal operations at the West Pipkin Yates Road intersection shall be modified to address northbound approach level service failures during the AM and peak periods, subject to approval by Polk County. Last two conditions, side access, the southbound right turn lane and northbound left turn lane shall be constructed on Yates Road at the project's entrance as required by Polk County. The applicant is required to incorporate these turn lanes into the improvements into the Yates Road. The applicant is encouraged to incorporate these turn lane improvements into the Yates Road improvements that are under construction as part of the West Pipkin widening project scheduled for completion in 2024. And lastly, neighborhood pedestrian safety enhancement prior to the first certificate of occupancy, a raised crosswalk shall be installed on Town Park Boulevard at the existing crosswalk just east of Song Sparrow Court. And those are the conditions that we are providing. And I just wanted to make one note in the staff memo at the recommendation. Again, letters were sent out to 105 property owners within 550 feet. It says 6 emails and 2 calls were received in objection. Those were with the previous, prior to the April 19th. Again, I just had the 1 call prior to this. But those previous emails still, obviously, would be our Wade, because those are objections that we received, and those will be forwarded to the city commission as this moves forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would just, now that we've heard the conditions, if we could just hear from Mr. Campbell on the applicant's view of the conditions, whether or not you accept the conditions, or if you have any comments on them.
Thank you. We accept the conditions as proposed by the staff, and we think that's part of what makes the application compatible at this location. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the department and move forward?
I make a motion that we accept with the conditions.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? I think we've got to do this by hand since we have so few. Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand.
Aye.
Gift, okay. All opposed? Okay, thank you. It's 4-0. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Campbell. Okay.
Just confirm that, Madam Clerk, you did record that vote? No issues? Okay.
Item 4, large-scale land use amendment to allow a change in future land use from residential medium to residential low on approximately 19.02 acres, and from residential medium to residential high on approximately 59.22 acres, and a major modification of plan unit development zoning to allow for the redevelopment of the former Wedgewood Golf Course from 1,148 multifamily dwelling units and 60 single-family detached dwelling units on 127.89 acres, generally located north of Interstate 4, south of Heather Point Drive, east and west of Carpenter's Way, and south of Wedgewood Estates Boulevard. Owner, SJD Development LLC. Applicant, Jonathan Hall, SJD Development LLC. And this item is continued from a previous meeting and is up for consideration of final decision.
Good morning. Excuse me. Again, Todd Vargo with Community and Economic Development. This item was originally heard, I believe, at the May 17th Planning and Zoning Board meeting. So I think we're all pretty familiar with where it's located, south of Lake Gibson, north of I-4, east of US 98. Here is aerial and the base map. It's kind of a mess, but we're going to go through it tract by tract, similar to what we did back on May 17th. So I wanted to start off the presentation going back over some things we covered the first time. This is the breakdown of the future land use districts on the subject property, the former Wedgewood Golf Course, and you can see the densities allowed by those future land use districts: residential low 0 to 5 units to the acre, residential medium 5 to 12 units to the acre, and residential high 12 to 75 units to the acre. So in order to achieve the applicant's desired plan, some of these are changing. We're doing a future land use change, which is the LUL 22-002 part of the request. The second part of the request, excuse me again, is changing the existing entitlements through the planned unit development through a major modification to the planned unit development. That's the PUD 21-013 portion of the request. And right now, the PUD is 4773, the golf course is Area W, and the only permitted use is a golf clubhouse with associated maintenance and recreational facilities to include tennis courts and a swimming pool. Again, this needs to be amended to allow for the residential development of the previous golf course property. So I'm going to start off with the original request. This is the one, again, that we heard the last time. There was a total of 1,398 units proposed for the old golf course. That broke down into 16 single-family lots, 204 townhome units, 1,028 multifamily units, and then 150 assisted living facility units. The amended request, which is the current request under consideration, is a reduction to 1,208 units, consisting of 60 single-family units and 1,148 multifamily units. Now, most of that reduction is from the loss of the 150 assisted living facility units, which was originally planned for Track 9. But there's also, they also lost the townhome units and increased the single family and increased the multifamily a little bit. So we were here originally on May 17th, and the development team held 2 community meetings, one on May 13th, which would be, of course, prior to the last public meeting here, and they held another one on August 9th at the clubhouse for the golf course. And there was, as a result of the comments made at those meetings, the comments made on May 17th here at the public hearing in this room, there were some major changes to the development plan. And I'm going to go over those right now. The first is the conversion of the townhomes in tracks 5, 6, and 7 to single-family detached units in order to be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. A reallocation of most of the 4-story units to the southeast portion of the property to be more compatible with surrounding single-family and adjacent Audubon Oaks multifamily development. Those pretty much took place in tracks 3, 4, 10, and 11. A relocation of the proposed Wedgewood Estates Boulevard realignment to reduce impacts for the homes fronting Staffordshire Drive. That's in track 9. And an elimination of the assisted living units, slightly reducing the overall unit count. That again is in track 9. And again, I'm going to go over all these with you. I'll show you the realignment of the road. We'll talk about the elimination of the assisted living units. This slide shows the future land use changes that will be needed to be made to achieve the proposed densities. The diagonal hatching on tract 1 up here is a change from residential medium to residential low on 19.02 acres. That's to facilitate the single family units that are proposed for there. And then the cross hatching on 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11 is a change from residential medium to residential high. That's about 59.22 acres, and that's for the multifamily units that are proposed there. There is no change to the future land use for tracks 5, 6, 7, and 9. Those will remain residential low. And then 8 was already residential high, and there's no change to that tract either. It will remain residential high. Again, no change proposed. So now we're going to go tract by tract regarding the changes. Tract 1 will require, as I already stated, a land use change for residential medium to residential low. The original plan for Tract 1 is this slide. There was a proposal for 16 single-family units. And as a result of, again, revisions from comments made at the public hearing and the community meetings, the Tract 1 is now reduced to 14 units, and those 2 units were taken from this area right here that don't directly back up onto the lots on Heather Point, but, you know, they're pretty close. Tract 2, there is a proposed land use change from residential medium to residential high. The original plan for Tract 2 was 316 multifamily dwelling units within 7 buildings. 5 of those buildings were 4 stories in height. 2 of them were 3 stories in height. The revised plan is now for 260 multifamily units, still in 7 buildings, with the same distribution, 5 4-story high or tall buildings, 2 3-story tall buildings. In this, and the 3-story buildings are the ones on the edge, so 2G and 2C, I believe. So the 4-story buildings have been relocated, so they're more internal to this tract, and so they're surrounded by parking, which gives them a little better of a buffer to the existing Audubon Oaks multifamily development, which I believe is 3 stories. Also on this slide, you can see the Carpenter's Home Cemetery, and there are some on-street parking spaces you might be able to see right here where my cursor is, along the access road, which will be provided for parking for the cemetery on that west side of the cemetery's boundary. So Tract 3 originally did not require a land use change, so this is new. Tract 3 will now require a land use change from residential medium to residential high. And the reason at the original proposal didn't require a land use change is because the density fit in with the residential medium. It was at 5.09 dwelling units to the acre. So this was 48 townhome units that were originally proposed. And I mentioned prior that the townhome units have been omitted from the revised plans, and the new proposal is for 154 multifamily units spread amongst 4 buildings, all of them 4-story tall. And also on this slide is Lakeland Park Drive, which is important, the extension of which is also important for the traffic issues. Because they're so close to each other, they all kind of in one conglomeration. We're going to talk about tracts 4, 10, and 11, so we're going to go a little bit out of order. 4, 10, and 11 all require a land use change from residential medium to residential high. Tract 4 was originally, so 4, 10, and 11 altogether were the 572 units you see up here. Tract 4 was originally 272 multifamily dwelling units in 4 4-story buildings. And those buildings have been decreased in size but increased in number. So it's now 280 multifamily units in 7 4-story buildings. You can see all the 4s are right here. Tract 10, the original plan was for 180 multifamily units in 5 buildings. There was 1 4-story 10D, and the other 4 were 3-story buildings. This has been revised to, the current request is 150 multifamily units within 5 3-story buildings. And then Tract 11 was originally 3 4-story buildings with 120 multifamily dwelling units. And the revised plan is 3 buildings with 110 multifamily dwelling units. 2 of the buildings are 4-story and 1 is 3-story. The 3-story building is 11C, this one here. The next few slides are the tracks to the southwest of Carpenter's Way and are for most of the portions of the golf course that are nestled amongst that single-family residential development. So the original plan for Tract 5 was 51 townhome units. The new plan is for 14 single-family lots. 3 here, and then 11 here. They'll be accessed off of Carpenter's Way. There'll be a new road that comes through and serves them, and then the road will continue on. The original plan for Tract 6 was for 37 townhome units. The revised plan is 12 single-family lots. And Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, but this cul-de-sac, once this portion of Lakeland Park Drive is constructed, this cul-de-sac will go away and there will be a connection to Lakeland Park Drive here, right?
The intent is for a connection.
Okay, the intent is for a connection. Thank you. I thought so, just want to make sure. Tract 7 was originally planned for 68 townhome units. Again, the townhome units have been revised and stricken from the plan, and now 20 single-family lots is proposed for Tract 7. Tract 8, which is surrounded by the existing multifamily complex, apartment complex, the Loop at Wedgwood, pretty much surrounded, maybe not exactly surrounded. Was originally planned for 140 multifamily units in 4 buildings. 2 of those were 4-story and 2 were 3-story. The revised plan is for 194 units in 5 4-story buildings. Important thing to note is that this tract is short on parking. I'm going to highlight that. So the required parking is 349 spaces, given the number of bedrooms in these units. And the provided parking, they're only providing 235 spaces. So it's important to note that if the applicant and their consultants cannot provide the correct amount of parking for Tract 8, we won't be allowing this density through the site plan process.
And just to clarify, this area already has residential high future land use, so it would allow for that intensity, assuming they can meet the parking requirements and address any compatibility issues there.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. As you might remember, the residential, or Tract 8 doesn't need a future land use district because it already has the residential high designation on it. Finally, Tract 9, which was the assisted living facility parcel, was planned for a 150-unit assisted living facility, and the Wedgwood Estates Boulevard came down here, kind of swooped down almost in the backyard of these people who live along Staffordshire Drive. Again, comments were heard and revisions were made, and now the Wedgwood Estates Boulevard will hug the Douglas M. Cook Park, and when it will make a turn and then go to this planned roundabout here. And it's really now just a future development area. We don't know what's going to be there, but it will not, I guess it still could be an assisted living facility. Whatever they do want to do there they'll have to come back in to do a major modification to the PUD as well. So any development on Track 9 will need to come back before you, and there'll be a public hearing, just like this one, when it's decided what they want to do or what's going to be done. So that's the end of the individual tracks and the changes to each of them. What I want to do in the next couple slides is look at the development as a whole. This first set of slides, we always have questions about phasing. And while I can't speak to any timeline, the Phase 1 plan consists of a couple of the buildings in Tract 4, the multifamily in Tract 10 and 11, and all of the single-family on the southwest side of Carpenter's Way. That's 46 single-family units and 420 multifamily units in Phase 1. Phase 2 will consist of the 14 single-family units in Tract 1, the multifamily in Tract 3, as well as, I think, 2 buildings in Tract 4, and also the multifamily in Tract 8. That consists of 14 single-family units and 468 multifamily units. And then Phase 3 will be Tract 2, the 260 multifamily units in Tract 2. A lot was made at the previous hearing about the 4-story multifamily buildings, so I thought it was important to do some kind of a map or a slide showing you where in this revised plan, where the 4-story multifamily buildings are. For the most part, when near the Savannah Cottages, Fairfield, and the Sandwich Villas, these are all 3-story in the yellow. Most of the 4-story buildings in this area have been moved to the southeast, which is the lowest part of the site, and really, closer to I-4 and Lakeland Park Drive. Now, Tract 8 still has the 4-story buildings, and there's some up in Tract 2 as well. This is the roadway site circulation plan. There's 3 different sections of roads, depending on their function. And we'll get into those. An A section pretty much goes around Tract 4 and Tracts 10 and 11 and loops back from one part of Carpenter's Way to another. The section C, I believe, is the only part of that is the access for Tract 5, again, that starts on Carpenter's Way and kind of ends on Carpenter's Way. Everything else, I believe, is a Section B. And I've got some slides to show you what that is right after this one. The pedestrian site circulation plan, I believe this mostly follows the existing golf cart path, but I'm not 100% positive about that. I'm sure the residents will let us know. I think that was the idea, was to mirror the existing golf cart path. But this will serve as an amenity to the new and the existing residents, creating this circulation plan that everyone can use. So going back to the sections, this is the Section A. This is the internal roadway connecting Tracts 4, 10, and 11 that looped around from Carpenter's Way north, again through 4, 10, and 11, and then back to Carpenter's Way. This is the cross-section of Section B, which will serve the single-family in Tract 1, heading south through Tract 2 and out to Lakeland Park Drive through Tracts 3 and 4. This also connects Wedgewood Estates Boulevard to the planned traffic circle and the internal roadways to the new single-family lots in Tracts 6 and 7. This is the C section, or Section C roadway, which will serve the single-family lots in Tract 5. Again, this is on the south side of Carpenter's Road, which again kind of loops around from Carpenter's Way to provide access to those single-family lots in Tract 5. And then finally, here's the cross-section for the multi-use trail, which was the pedestrian plan that we saw a couple slides ago. So in a development as large as this, the applicant has proposed a landscaping plan to buffer and soften the impacts, the uses, even similar uses from multifamily to multifamily or single family to single family. It's a bit difficult to read, but there are 4 types of buffers. This will be part of the it's part of the staff report, and if this is approved, it will be part of the ordinance. There are 4 different types of buffers, and I have those on the next slide. Probably so again, I know it's hard to read, and I apologize, but the type A landscape buffer consists of 3 canopy trees, 3 understory trees, and 30 shrubs for every 100 linear feet. Oh, and a 2 to 3 foot high berm. The type B landscape buffer is 4 canopy trees, 6 understory trees, and 50 shrubs with a 2 foot to 3 foot high berm per 100 linear feet. The type C landscape buffer is 2 canopy trees, 2 understory trees, and 30 shrubs per 100 linear feet. And I believe the type C is pretty much used between where multifamily abuts multifamily. So where tract 2 kind of goes, abuts the Audubon Oaks, and probably, I believe, around tract 8 as well, where it abuts the loop at Wedgwood. Tract D is 4 trees, 4 understory trees, and 30 shrubs with an optional 6 foot high screening wall, and that's per every 100 linear feet. So with that, I'm gonna pass this off to Mr. Barnby. I think he's got some transportation issues to talk about.
Sure.
And I'll, if you want to give me the high sign, I'll change the slides for you.
I'll give you a wink and a nod when we get to the end of the slides. Thanks, Todd. So just in terms of, for everybody's benefit, what we evaluate projects such as this and the previous item on is our Lakeland Comprehensive Plan. So within that, we have policies, goals, and objectives that were adopted by the City Commission and really act as the law of the land. And so as we go through the discussion today, kind of keep in mind that there's a difference between congestion when it comes to transportation and a level of service failure. Those are 2 very different things when it comes to the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan also includes future roadway connections, and we'll be talking about one this morning, as well as things like our pathways plan and how this fits into our overall network of transit, highway, and pathway mobility. So the next slide just kind of breaks down the analysis that was provided by Kimley Horn and Associates. An original analysis was provided back in March, and a revised analysis was provided in September. The September revisions reflect the opening of Lakeland Park Drive, which opened, I want to say it was like the last week of March, maybe early April of this year. Also included some vested or approved trips for Lakeland Park Center, which is the shopping center closer to the US 98 corridor. From a trip generation standpoint, the land uses that are allowed today on site allow a little over 8,000 daily trips, 724 trips during the PM peak. So there's already a considerable entitlement from a land use standpoint. Although from a zoning standpoint, we've got an 18-hole golf course that would typically generate 500, 550 daily trips, 32 in the morning, 52 in the afternoon, based on trip generation from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is really the kind of the Bible when it comes to traffic generation for new development activity in the United States. The proposed land uses which would be restricted by the conditions and the land use program and the plan unit development zoning ordinance, is a little over 6,500 daily trips, 540 AM, 540 PM peak. The revised analysis, as I mentioned earlier, includes vested trips from the Lakeland Central Park development and the newly opened Lakeland Park Drive extension from Carpenter's Way to Artiva. The study area network that was evaluated, again, was the network in which the development was significant or consumes 5% or more of the directional capacity of the surrounding road system. So as you might imagine, US 98, an 8-lane roadway, has a considerable amount of capacity, and so there we focused on the intersection operations. With it primarily going east towards Carpenter's Way, Wedgewood Estates Boulevard, Florida Avenue, State Road 33, and then some of the intervening intersections on Socorro Loop and State Road 33. The orange dash line represents the Lakeland Park Drive extension. The section north of Carpenter's Way is what opened earlier this year, and the section south of there is part of a corridor that has been studied now for over 10 years, and it factors into the conditions later on. So and I'm just going to kind of reference off the original analysis, is where we started to see the biggest issues were the AM peak, people coming from the neighborhoods existing and proposed here, going into the employment centers in the downtown area particularly. Lakeland Hills Boulevard and Florida Avenue, because of what is allowed in our comprehensive plan and how we look at evaluations of corridors that serve the same general travel demand, is that we were actually able to average the volumes and the capacity across both Florida Avenue and Lakeland Hills Boulevard. So we did end up with a slightly less than 1 volume to capacity ratio. So for our purposes, that really gives us an idea of whether or not a roadway segment would fail our level of service standards in the comprehensive plan. The revised estimates are actually a little bit less than that. It's about 0.92, and that again reflects the opening of the Lakeland Park Drive extension earlier this year. We did find through the study, and this is where I'll get into congestion versus adopted levels of service, operational deficiencies in the east and westbound directions at US 98 and Carpenter's Way, which everybody knows, Sleepy Hill Road, Lakeland Park Drive, and Lakeland Park Drive Center. The comprehensive plan states that an intersection fails from a level of service standpoint if it fails in its entirety and all 4 approaches operate or in its entirety operates at level of service F in this area, or if more than one public approach to the intersection fails from a level of service standpoint. Carpenter's Way, the west side of the intersection is Foxwood Estates Boulevard. That's a private road. At Sleepy Hill Road, the east side is the Best Buy Plaza driveway, again, private. We do have an issue at US 98 and Lincoln Park Drive because both of the east-west approaches of that intersection are public. And so that's the one area where our conditions are really intended to address that location as well as overall connectivity in the neighborhood. The traffic analysis on the front end, when we do a traffic study or ask an applicant to submit a traffic study, we look at the background conditions as they would exist in the build-out year. In this instance, it's 2027. We look at and we look at that background traffic is without the project. So we get an idea of what that looks like, and then we end up looking what we call the build-out analysis of with the project in the build-out year of 2027 to see what the difference is between the two scenarios. In the background scenario, and the applicant will certainly have a chance to respond, make sure we're consistent in the interpretation of this, is that because of the way the signal timings are coordinated along US 98, US 98 gets a vast majority of the green time north and southbound, which means that it puts pressure on those east and west approaches, including Carpenter's Way. What we will need to do is there's some homework that we would need to do to work with the Department of Transportation to allow us to make adjustments to the US 98 corridor consistent with what was done in the study, because it does create a more efficient set of operations for the city streets intersecting US 98. And so that is something that we need to do as a city to engage DOT in this regard. But the westbound approach on Carpenter's Way at US 98 remains a concern because it does back up past Corporate Avenue and back towards the estates at Carpenter's. So I think the next slide Again, we're, you know, and I mentioned this earlier in terms of what the comprehensive plan policy states in terms of how we look at levels of service for intersections, the status of the individual intersections up and down the US 98 corridor, and our concerns about the queuing westbound on Carpenter's Way going back to US 98. So in terms of, I think one of the key components of the proposed mitigation package for this development is the Lakeland Park Drive extension right-of-way dedication. So those of you that live in the neighborhood, and certainly the board members know that you know, there is a long history in terms of connectivity and transportation needs in and around the Carpenter's Home area. So with the closure of the Carpenter's Home Church, the Without Walls Church, going back to the early 2000s, Carpenter's Way was closed off between Wedgewood and Corporate Avenue. So that raised a concern from the city staff perspective that we really need to look at connectivity in this area. That led to what was called then the North Lakeland Eastern Road Connector Study that was conducted from 2007 and 2008. And then the follow-up, the reevaluation of this area back in 2014 to then look at what do we need to do to connect the dots in this area. So one recommendation was to take ownership of and improve Carpenter's Way between Wedgewood and Corporate Avenue. That occurred in about 2011. Then it was extending Lakeland Park Drive over to US 98 and then over to Slocum Loop Road. The western end of it was improved with the Lakeland Park Center development back in 2013 and 2014. And then, of course, Lakeland Park Drive extension was recently opened north of Carpenter's Way earlier this year. The reason why the middle gap here is a major issue is there's a 40-foot wide gas transmission line easement operated by Florida Gas Transmission that has been a financial barrier and a physical barrier in terms of being able to connect Carpenter's Way back over towards the US 98 corridor. So I think one of the key mitigation measures here is to be able to acquire or get the right-of-way dedicated to us to fill in the gap for a 2-lane extension of Lakeland Park Drive extension, 2-lane roadway, 10-foot wide side path, really the same cross-section that exists today north of Carpenter's Way. But I just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of background and history on this particular project because it is about 10 or 15 years in the making and how we got to this point. So in terms of the Lakeland Park Drive extension, the primary benefit of that overall 2-lane road is to provide another route between US 98 and Slocum Loop Road so that folks don't have to go up to Daughtry, north of Lake Gibson, or to use the interstate to the south or Griffin to be able to get between 98 and Slocum Loop and 33. The volumes, when you look at it at a localized level, the volumes are very similar with and without the corridor. I think the big benefit is the connectivity value and the shortening of the trip distance from the residential to the commercial in the US 98 corridor. But based on supplemental analysis provided by Kimley Horn, it looks like, and it kind of tracks along with what we saw 10 years ago, is that you can pull about 1,500 vehicles a day off of Carpenter's Way with the opening of Lakeland Park Drive extension down to US 98. One of the other benefits that I see personally is that for the AM peak is that you've got residents that are trying to get to US 98 or trying to get to Slocum Loop or Lakeland Hills. The retail Lakeland Park Drive or the Lakeland Park Center shopping center is not generally fully open in the morning peak period. And so you've got a lower volume using the approach to US 98 when you have higher approach coming from the residential. So there's a balancing of trips that really is beneficial here. The other major issue that's been kind of an ongoing operational problem is Carpenter's Way between Wedgewood Estates Boulevard and Heather Point. There's about 150-foot difference between the two intersections, and there's a curve as you start to head west towards Estates of Carpenters and over towards Corporate Avenue. Site visibility issues, operational issues, and so when this developer approached us about the project, one of the things that we had discussed as staff and presented to the developer is the need to do something with that intersection. And really the most effective way to handle traffic both operationally and from a capacity standpoint here is development of a roundabout, very similar to what we have at Lake Hollingsworth and Hollingsworth Road. found that the roundabouts provide almost twice the capacity of a signalized or a four-way stop control intersection. And so this would be something that would not only address some of the neighborhood concerns that we've heard over the past several years, but also move people through the intersection. One key component here is that because of the size, the phasing, and the complexity of the overall development, our condition is really focused on the establishment of a development agreement prior to the first site plan or plat approval, where we would get into the specific timing of the right-of-way dedications, the construction of the roundabout, and the other components of the transportation mitigation package. And so we want to be able to highlight that as something that is really a cornerstone, in addition to the right-of-way dedication and the roundabout that we're, just on the screen here. Is this development agreement is really a contract between the city and the developer that is executed by the Lakeland City Commission, and that goes through 2 hearing processes. And so there is a full public process related to the development agreement. Just in terms of some additional kind of theory beyond regarding our mitigation package here is that you're really close to 2 major interchanges along the interstate, US 98 and Circle Loop Road. You've got a lot of transit assets in this area as well. You've got the Gold Line and the Blue Line operated by the Citrus Connection, which generally the Gold Line provides half-hour frequencies, Blue Line provides hourly frequencies, and then the Pink Line over to the east provides 30-minute frequencies into downtown. So in terms of transit coverage, this is about as good as it gets throughout the entire county. And so, these are the routes that become effective October 3rd. The routes pretty much exist today, but I just wanted to highlight that you do have a lot of transit infrastructure that exists today and has already been worked into, like the Lakeland Park Center development to the west, with a park and ride lot, transit transfer center, some things that we have to work from today. Again, going back to the comprehensive plan, the US 98 I-4 interchange is a major activity center on a transit-oriented corridor in which we focus less again on highway levels of service for US 98 and more on overall mobility because of the transit service. Same with looking at the exit 33 area as well, and then the corridors going back into downtown. And I also want to highlight that the Department of Transportation has also conducted a feasibility study for what is known as bus rapid transit along US 98 corridor from Lakeland from Lakeland Square Mall into the downtown area to at least show our intent long-term to try to get premium transit service on a dedicated busway in this area to connect North Lakeland with downtown. So we wanted to get that out there in terms of what staff and what the comprehensive plan anticipates in terms of the future of transportation in this area. Again, transit mitigation, we've been in discussions with the Citrus Connection. They are comfortable that the Pink Line could get moved off of Slocum Loop Road into Lakeland Park Drive once the apartments begin being occupied as part of this development. And so we've added a condition that a bus bay and a transit shelter would be required by tracks 3A and 3B, and that's kind of over in the northeast part of the development site. And then, of course, the internal trail network and the sidewalk connectivity satisfies a major component of our comprehensive plan requirements for transportation levels of service. We also are supportive of the proposed stub out to the eastern portion of the development site north of the cemetery, which would support a future connection over towards Archiva Drive. There is one intervening private property owner that would have to be amenable to making that connection. That property right now is mostly vacant, and so there are some opportunities to make that connection in the future. But we want to at least make sure that whatever we do today doesn't preclude the ability to make that connection in the future to provide yet another connection back to the east. So with that, what I will do is turn it back over to the applicant and then to Todd to get into the conditions.
Nope. All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Bart Allen. I'm a land use attorney with the Pedestrian and Myers Law Firm, 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. This is my address. Here this morning on behalf of SJ Development, LLC. With me this morning, I have Mr. Jonathan Hall, Mr. John Hall, and Mr. Scott House, who are the members of SJ Development LLC. I also have Kimley Horn Engineering. They provided the land planning, engineering, and transportation, and some other analysis related to this project. Scott Minganay and Mark Wilson are here with me this morning. You'll hear from them in just a moment. We've also had a number of other consultants involved in this project. For sake of time, we won't be hearing from them today, but Modic and Associates, Terracon with geotechnical surveying, et cetera, has all been going on the site while we've been going through the process. Going to kind of regroup ourselves a little bit here. There was a lot of information that was just gone through related to the staff report, and the conditions support everything that was said. This is a project that is of substantial size in nature in this project. It's a substantial area of our city, right? This is generally at the intersection of US 98 and I-4. This is one of the biggest growth areas within not just Polk County, the city of Lakeland, Central Florida, but of the entire country. We are quickly one of the most growing areas of our country. It's unfortunate that, this site has been used for many years and as a golf course and has a long-standing history with that, and we are fully sensitive to those histories and to those uses. However, the golf course over time was renovated 3 or 4 times as it was, completely overhauled, new designs. It ultimately failed, and it has been shut down. It is no longer a golf course. Now, we're here in the forum to start framing what the future of this property looks like. How is it going to move forward from what it is today? How can it be a benefit to the existing community? How can it be a benefit to this city as a whole in this region? And when we look at what we're proposing and we put that into the context of moving the property forward, I believe the changes and the modifications to the site plan help carry that forward. I'm going to, yes, thank you. Forward, back, and pointer. So we were here in May. And you may recall Mr. Simpson and I had a conversation about, can we just agree that we won't be back in a couple months? And I was like, well, I don't want to agree in a couple months, but turns out he was right. So kudos, Mr. Simpson, you were right. I should have just agreed from the get-go. However, there's been a lot that's gone on over since that past Planning Commission hearing. There's been a lot of work put into this. A lot of the comments that were made during the May 17th Planning Commission hearing were immediately taken into account by the developer. We started modifying the site plan. One of the first things that came off the table was removing all the townhomes out of the areas around 5, 6, and 7. And Mr. Vargo went through all those details. I'm going to have Mr. Minganay do it again, just to kind of refresh ourselves. But that was a big change. Right off the bat, hey, this makes sense. We had additional meetings with city staff. We talked about buildings. We talked about building locations. We talked about specific building heights in particular locations. We then went back and made additional changes. That was in June. We refined the master plan more. We talked about transportation more, and we'll get into those details. Maybe not into the detail that Mr. Barnby did. However, we did go back in and redo and update the transportation study very specifically to make sure that we were accommodating our project, future projects, but also new roads, and making sure that the analysis was being done and completed in a thorough manner. There was a third public meeting, community meeting, with the residents of the area in August. We were anticipating being back in front of you in August for this hearing. We went ahead and had that. We've completed some preliminary engineering meetings to evaluate infrastructure. You'll hear a little bit about that. And we've also had some initial meetings with the Water Management District. We understand stormwater. We understand the infrastructure issues are big. If I had to come back and recount the biggest of the issues, there was a lot of discussion at the last Planning Commission hearing, and I don't want to me listing 2 or 3 doesn't mean I'm dismissing any of the others. But location of the uses as it relates to compatibility was a major issue that we talked about. Transportation was another major issue that we talked about. And infrastructure, being stormwater, sewer, schools, things of that nature, was another major issue that we talked about. I want to highlight the things that we've done. Moved the taller buildings away from less tall buildings. We've moved the 4-story buildings away to the greatest extent possible up front toward I-4, adjacent to that corridor. We have eliminated in the entirety the townhome concept within this. The single family lots that are located within 5, 6, and 7, we went to the declaration and restrictive covenants of those communities and pulled out their design criteria, and they are now part of the conditions of approval. So they will be designed identically into the same standards as the community around us. We went and we matched on Heather Point on the single family to make sure that the lot counts matched exactly. That was a point that was made during the Planning Commission hearing, where there was 11 on the north end and now there's 9. That lines up and matches identically. Those lots will be developed in a similar nature as to what's around us. That's what we tried to do. Now, is everything exactly the same with each other? No, but compatibility does not require that everything match identically. And I'll let Scott talk a little bit about how you deal with compatibility, but even in your comprehensive plan, it says compatibility does not mean the same use. It just means that you have different uses that are appropriately buffered, appropriately located, and appropriately designed so that they can function together over time. And that is what I believe that we've done. I'm going to ask Scott, come on up. We have our full presentation that we gave last time. We're not going to give the full presentation. We are going to just focus on the issues that we changed. And since Mr. Vargo went through, Scott, if you could be efficient, that would be great.
Absolutely. Scott Mingan, A. Kimberly Horn, 189 South Orange, Orlando, Florida. And again, as Mr. Vargo and Mr. Barnby have already done, again, I want to just hit a couple of the highlights. The main reason that we wanted to show you the entirety of the presentation is this is basically the same presentation that we gave to the community here in August as well. So that there was some dialogue, and the main opportunities that we had was to walk them through the step-by-step process, just like Mr. Vargo did here as well, but then to really get into the nitty-gritty of sorts, for such a technical term, but have those one-on-one conversations with the residents where they could say, okay, yes, we have moved this building away here. Where's your lot? Where's your house? Where's your multifamily unit? So we could get into more of those things and make refinements and tweaks based on that community dialogue. And I think we've done that to the best of our ability to keep the plan as a whole as well. I'm going to flip through all of these sites, the site context you've seen, the history that we've tried to look at. We've already talked to you the last time we were here about looking at character at the site of Audubon Oaks as well as Lake Gibson Village and the character of those units. What the existing PUD, Mr. Vargo has already gone through all of the zoning, the uses, as well as the future land use and the designations by which we are changing. So I don't need to review any of those things. I will highlight just one of the elements too, and Mr. Vargo did mention that as well, that basically our unit potential was in the 1600s, 1667, and we've reduced it from the initial application 1408 or 1406 to 1208. And it's a 460 or so reduction in units that was currently allowed by the future land use. And we think that's significant and shows the intent of the development to try to match the compatibility of those existing neighborhoods. I won't go through in greater detail, but we mapped out what the density, what the adjacent compatibility is. And so Mr. Allen has already talked about what compatibility means, and we think we're matching those compatibilities when we look at our overall plan. Again, here's the May plan, and then this is what we did, and when we spent the majority of our time during the public meeting was to go through the plan and then a side-by-side comparison of the August plan, the updated plan, parcel by parcel, just like Mr. Vargo did, kind of walking you through those with kind of a bubble up and highlight of where those unit counts were, what the tally was, what were the scorecard if you're playing at home, what the scorecard was on the unit reductions in each of those areas, and how we highlighted those big picture things. So since Mr. Vargo already did that, I'm going to hit more of the, what I'll call the aesthetic elements, the design elements, the character elements that sometimes can get overlooked when it's just a unit count. But some of the bigger elements, like for this one, was the reduction. We used to have a road that kind of came through here and it was scooted a little bit further down, closer to the Heather Point entrance. And we scooted that back. We put a roundabout or at least a little cul-de-sac area and did some enhanced screening those areas. So again, and then and I'll talk to you about another little area down here as well. But those kinds of elements not only create separation, but allow for buffering and screening characteristics to take place. So again, number one went down by 2 lots, parcel 1 that is, and then parcel 2 actually was reduced by 56. Mr. Vargo pointed it out, really we've taken the end caps, since those were maybe closer and the broad side of those were closer to the Audubon Oak, so we've turned those to 3-story. I think his summary on the blue and yellow dots had this one here at a 4-story. This one is a 3-story here. That's okay. We got your back. And then mainly pushing all of those. Again, not just distance, but distance, buffering, elevational changes. Again, a lot of the golf course you see today is built up and there's some perceived elevation when you get up to maybe the tee boxes or the greens. And so we don't know what the exact elevations are going to be, but those most likely will come down so that we can match grades adjacency to our development as well. So our perceived buildings will actually probably come down a little bit. And Mark Wilson from our office has already initiated a lot of the mass grading, a lot of the initial engineering that we've been going through over these last couple of months too, not just with the plan changes. So quickly, I'll just kind of go through and march through 3. All of those are highlighted. Again, Mr. Vargo already outlined where the 3-story units were changed from 4-story. So all of those in the red area were removed and lowered to 3-story to make sure that the compatibilities. We also changed some roadway connections through here. Originally, the roadway connection kind of hugged the townhome community here, and we've moved it to not only move it away from that development, but to also align it better across the way with some other intersection improvements, snake it through the community, reduce this, and then still provide a good connection through that location. I'll also mention that in parcel 3, which is the eastern areas, that did convert from townhome to multifamily. But it also afforded us to make sure that we had not only the connection to Lakeland Park Drive extension, but we added an additional connection so that as we've added the intensity here on the eastern part of the site, we've given better network connection to Lakeland Park Drive, and then also provided, as Mr. Barmy has stated, kind of a stub out here just north of the cemetery for, again, the majority of this density pushed to this eastern side, be able to allow it out towards Lakeland Park Drive without having to get onto Carpenter's Way throughout the development. And again, so through all of those developments, we have a reduction of 40 units through those zones. Real quickly, on 5, 6, and 7, the easiest thing was from townhomes to single-family homes. Mr. Allen has already talked about getting into, and what our intent is that these single-family homes look, feel, act just like the HOA or the covenant CCRs that are set up in place so that these 60-foot wide lots feel and act like the neighborhood that is adjacent to them. And we'll work with them on buffers and setbacks. Now, we want to make sure that we don't have kind of a no man's zone between back of lots. So we want to make sure that we are buffering appropriately and that someone is maintaining those zones so that we don't have a nuisance between those areas, but it's an enhancement so that it is a buffer without creating a nuisance. And again, the overall unit count there is significant, close to 60 units and all 60-foot wide lots. As we look at 8, 9, or 9, which has already been talking about, the reduction of those 150 ALF units, and then also number 8, while it did go up in the unit count approximately by 54, and Mr. Vargo has stated that we need to work through that, it was already at residential high. This is going to remain residential high. So this is a zoning question. We want to focus on that right now. And yes, we absolutely going to have to make sure that this development is marketable, just like we have done for the other ones. We really have taken the time to look at a product, the product mix, the product type, and has a developer with an immense amount of activity from the outside that says, man, I'd love to do that development today based on the product types that we've kind of vetted through each of these developments, and then even evaluated the engineering throughout it. I'll highlight quickly, too, we made some modifications based on community concerns. Where are community activities? Where are the amenity areas? Where are the clubhouse areas? And so, again, while 8 has one centered up front near that development, the other ones in the 4, 10, 11 pod here around that red circle, number 3, parcel number 3 here, and then parcel 2 off to these sides. Again, looping this eastern side so that the development, the community areas are pushed towards the outer edges to make sure that they are a community asset, not a detriment to existing communities. Compatibility, scale, determination, you've already seen this, and we've walked through this from the previous submittal in May. And then what that does, I won't go through each of these parcels, but I think the biggest thing, overall, this entire development sits squarely below the residential medium density at about 10.45 dwelling units per acre. So again, I think overall, when you look at this project as a whole, the balance, the locations where we're pushing height and density and scale towards I-4 away from existing neighborhoods at a 10.45, that's still less than what could have been under the current PUD. Just a snapshot overall of where we are. Again, the precedent imagery where we talked about the single-family homes, I won't go through all of those. The multifamily parcels are highlighted in red there as well. And I did want to mention, and Mr. Vargo has already walked through the roadway circulation, and I'll reemphasize that yes, our intent is to create an incredible, rich resource for the neighborhood, for the existing neighborhood and the future communities and multifamily developments, so that all of the golf cart paths, they cross roads, they cross Carpenter's Way, they cross through in and out of neighborhoods. And we've tried to keep every one of those, where they penetrated those neighborhoods, where they cross streets, one, for good connectivity, for good walkability and association, but for safety. People are already generally aware in the past, now the golf course has been closed for a while, but that's where the golf cart used to cross. So we want to create that sense of, well, that's where the pedestrian or the biker is going to cross as a part of these. So we kept the crossings across those major streets in the same location, and now we've created a community asset for this entire existing and proposed neighborhoods. And I think that's going to be a great community amenity, especially as more and more people are kind of working from home and they look for those opportunities to have multimodal, get out on the bike, get a little healthier living and lifestyle. And Mr. Vargo has already walked you through some of these, but the character and scale, when we design streets, whether it's an urban street or an urban corridor for a downtown like City of Lakeland, you think about the volume that you create within the building frontage, within the street width, within the sidewalk widths, and all of these elements, all these design elements go into one big, hopefully happy, tasteful pie. And that's what I think we've got here with a really nice mixed-use trail on either side of the road. It kind of flips in certain areas, but to have significant and or substantial street trees, potentially have some on-street parking, again, to slow those cars down a little bit as they're kind of going through the neighborhood and provide some separation between either the mixed-use trail or the sidewalk on the other side. It just creates for a healthy environment, a better street environment, gets people out on the street, creates more safer neighborhood for everybody. And again, those other cross-sections, and that cross-section D would be the overall multi-use trail that weaves its way through not only the existing community, where the existing golf course paths were, and provide that community benefit. And we're also, again, trying to create a community benefit by keeping it separated in some areas with still a sufficient buffer. We want it to be not a nuisance, kind of like it's coming through someone's backyard, but those areas have been utilized in the past, and we want to make sure that they're consistent for the future. Landscape buffering is important. Matter of fact, that's one of the things that I mentioned at the community meeting was everybody wanted to see where my house was, where my lot is, what does the development look like, and how am I going to be impacted. One way for us to minimize those impacts is to not only to follow what was in your current LDC guidelines, but potentially enhance those where we can, where we have the room. And so that's why we've taken a lot of care and consideration in looking at each of these landscape buffers. Maybe we can do a berm, maybe we add a little bit of height so that as we berm up and we get in some mature trees, we're accommodating some of the sightline criteria between maybe 2 stories to 3 story, 3 story to 4 story, and get some higher canopy by using some of the berming potential. And if we've removed a couple of these just because of applicability, but we certainly aren't opposed. Once we get into the site plan conditions and we have a real tight condition, maybe we need to put up a screen fence if that is appropriate. And so we've shown some of those options, and we will follow through with those as becomes each individual site plan, or each parcel goes through the site plan. I'm not even going to get into this, Mr. Barmy, because you've done more than enough to talk about the rules, the regulations that we've had to follow. And Mr. Allen really talked about what we've been doing over the last 2 months. And really, we've refined the plan, but we've been going back and forth through a dialogue with staff to understand traffic, transportation, yes, the comprehensive plan, what's the methodology, and how has the methodology been a dialogue back and forth so that we've addressed the concerns. We've at least addressed them in a great fashion of back and forth dialogue. And so hopefully we've all agreed upon each of those recommendations. And I'll just highlight just some of the traffic impact study conclusions, in that it did reduce the overall trip generation potential. And I outlined that in the number of units. Our future land use allows for a capacity based on what was there today. And we're 460 units lower than what that current capacity would allow for today. Now, each of those units translates to trips. How we define and where those trips go, but certainly less units does translate into less trip generation. And then lastly, to that last bullet, was there's no new intersection deficiencies that were identified that were not really already there, either in the background or certainly that are outside of our control, especially if you look at 98 that Mr. Barnby highlighted, that is really an FDOT signalization and timing installation. And then the city has done a really good job of outlining each of those, and we don't have, I'll let Mr. Allen kind of talk through any of the development agreement potentials, but this is the laundry list of proffers, of agreements, of discussion that we are accommodating. Certainly the roundabout, the road realignment, the right-of-way, the multi-use trail as a community access, the right-of-way dedication for the future of a very important connection in Lakeland Park Drive, the planning study and the memorandum that we've already provided to help with that dialogue to Mr. Barmy and to staff. the transit stop that will be key to our promotion of, again, walkability, making connections. Maybe it's even needs-based transit that needs to get to urban areas to reduce trips on our local streets. That will be very important, and we'll integrate that keyly into the community, as well as the overall contribution to that budget and a payment, obviously, into impact fees. And the biggest bullet, I hate to even skip over it too much because that's where we've been, is the sanitary sewer station upgrades and force main expansion that Mark Wilson, engineer from our Lakeland office, has been extensively working with staff and other agencies to make sure that that is already moving forward in anticipation of today's approval. So with that, I'm going to pass it back.
Yeah, that's perfect. And I'm going to pass it over to Mark.
To Mark.
Mark, just real quickly to talk about his conversations and his work on the sewer, stormwater issues.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Wilson, McKinley Horn here, 109 South Kentucky Avenue in Lakeland. And I'll touch briefly, just reiterating what Scott said. We have met with city staff a number of times on the public works side of it to begin the design process for the sewer upgrades, and also with DOT. We're having to put a connection underneath I-4. So you can imagine it's a pretty big project, takes a lot of coordination, a lot of time and effort. So we've already gotten a head start on that with city staff and DOT staff to get that kicked off. We've also had meetings with the Water Management District. So a lot of the areas out here predate actually SWIFMUD permitting. So there's a chunk of this that really has not been permitted with SWIFMUD. Everything we do will have to be permitted with Water Management District and, of course, with city staff as well. And I think you guys all know when we go through that process, we have to be able to manage existing water that comes onto our site. So a number of places, there are stormwater ponds that are shared. Audubon Oaks specifically has easements on the golf course on our property for stormwater ponds, and some other locations as well where the golf course collected stormwater runoff. It also collected runoff from the adjacent neighborhoods and streets. And of course, we'll continue that theme. We're going to be expanding the stormwater ponds. I think if you look at the site plan that was presented here today and presented last time and discussed at the neighborhood meetings, we're enlarging a number of the stormwater ponds. Of course, we're adding impervious, so we have to enlarge those ponds. So the ponds will be designed to accommodate not only our runoff and water, but make sure we accommodate whatever runoff is coming onto our site or through our site and manage those situations as well. Thank you.
That's all we have for now. We would request a few moments after the public speaks to address any public comment, also maybe discuss conditions of approval. There's about 5 pages of conditions of approval for this project. So going everywhere from site design standards, landscaping and buffering, parking requirements, transportation development agreements, all of which we've reviewed. We made and not to get too far ahead, but we did make a minor language tweak this morning related to one of the conditions. I think Mr. Barnby and I are on the same page with that. But to sum up, what you see here is a project that is substantial in nature. But as you heard from all of our experts, we're bringing substantial improvements to the table as well. Infrastructure improvements related to the sewer constraints that are existing today. There are existing problems today and existing service problems that we will be upgrading and improving. There's transportation constraints that we will be putting trips on the road, but we're also going to be improving and upgrading. All of those things come, when you bring it all together, make this a project that will help this area move forward into the next phase as this community continues to grow. We thank you for your time. Very much appreciate your patience with us this morning. We know we have some residents here. We will stand by and look forward to future discussion. Thank you.
Any questions? Want to go down forward?
Yes. Related to the multi-use trail expansion and connectivity, I'm assuming that is the car paths existing?
It's following primarily the existing cart paths that will be improved and upgraded with the enhancements that you saw on the screen. That will be made available to the public as a whole to be utilized.
As part of the proposal, are there any improvements being made to the existing cart paths?
Yes, they do not meet those standards currently today, so they will be upgraded. That's a significant enhancement to the area, yes.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Well, it's kind of a question. You don't have plans in place for parcel number 8? You said down the road?
Parcel 9 is currently, I'm sorry, parcel 8 we do have plans for. Parcel 8, we have plans for being multifamily development within the land use classification that it has today. This is not a fully engineered, designed user today. We're not going to go build tomorrow. Were you speaking maybe of parcel 9?
No, I was thinking of parcel 8 because I must have misheard it, but maybe instead of apartments, you could consider those townhomes that you scrapped, since that's a nice buffer between renting an apartment and fee simple homeownership, single family. Townhomes is a nice transition. And I was surprised that they were scrapped, but that would be a perfect place for those. That's just my comment.
That was always proposed to be multifamily. You're thinking of further east where the townhomes, where the single family is not being proposed.
Right. But it doesn't mean you couldn't put townhomes on a residential high area. Just putting it out there.
Can I ask a quick question? This road that's not going to be completed until 2045, 20 years, over 20 years down the road, is that going to affect anything that you all would approve as far as this development because of the lack of that road being there? And you have the gas situation and so forth.
In terms of the status of the Lakeland Park Drive extension, I think, we've got really two big components here. One would be the right-of-way dedication. And then the other, and I'm looking at Greg James in the audience here, it's how healthy is our impact fee collections in this district to be able to help with the design and the permitting and the construction phases. And can the project be phased over time to be able to get some portion of it underway sooner rather than later? Right now, we don't have anything budgeted at this point for that particular section of roadway, but because of the benefit that it would provide to the interstate, because of impact fee collections in this area, that we either would I think compete fairly well for grant funding. The state has funding for projects that benefit the state highway system, so we've tried that in the past, probably 10 or 15 years ago. And then see what we might be able to provide in terms of impact fee funding. The development program as it stands right now, just in terms of city impact fees, would generate about $2.1 million. And so we would need considerably more to be able to move construction forward. Maybe 2.1 we can get design done. But that's something we'd be working with Public Works on, how much is already existing in the kitty to be able to help supplement the 2.1 million and move forward with construction.
And something like this, some of it's beyond your control, where there this Florida gas transmission issue. So is there an understanding that if it can't be done, if there's blockage that you all can't control, that would affect their construction to some degree?
Actually, that gets into one of the proposed changes to the conditions we'll get into, is making sure that we're clear that the road alignment would minimize the impacts on that gas transmission line. Going back to the 2014 study, the cost estimate we had gotten from Florida Gas at that time was about $4.8 million to be able to do. Their position was you can't do anything around that gas line at all. And that's very consistent with what we've been seeing with other improvements on the state highway system up and down the interstate as of the recent years. So the intent would be is to keep the roadway out of the easement and away from the gas line. So that we avoid that very issue, because that has been an issue in the past. The other thing that we would also need to do too is acquire at least one, probably a couple of, we would need to make sure we acquire properties to be able to continue the connection from this property to Union Drive. And so there's a whole separate, we need to refresh the alignment study and position it so that we can either work with those property owners or go through other processes to be able to get that property. So this gets us most of the way, but not all of the way over to Union Drive.
So there's an understanding between the city and the developer that these things have to be
correct
taken care of.
And that's been one of the big things we've been working on.
We have talked at length about those issues, and that's the purpose of the condition, to put a developer's agreement in place as we move forward to make sure that it's working.
You've got me really confused now. I thought, looking at these designs, it looks like there is going to be a road along 6 and 7 that will connect back into Carpenter's Way, regardless if that extension occurs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there will be a new road connections internally to be able to connect
Right.
up to Carpenter's Way without the road, without
Okay.
Lakeland Park Drive extension, but with the Lakeland Park Drive extension, we have another way to get south and better
Okay,
distribute
so
traffic.
even if it's a thumbs down on the extension, there still is, these projects will continue?
That would be subject to, of course, the zoning approval.
Well, but I'm saying, there's,
Yeah.
that extension really is irrelevant when it comes to the actual construction of these single-family homes.
Correct.
Correct.
And just one other question. The single-family homes that are on, which would be the northwest or northeast section, does the road for that, it looks like there's a cul-de-sac and the only access road comes in around the back, is that correct?
That's
So
correct.
those single-family homes will not have access to Carpenter's Way other than going around the back, correct?
Correct. So they would be some of the last things built.
Okay.
Because there is a traffic problem there even without any of this right now.
And definitely, Carpenter's Way continues to be, I mean, there's a lot of traffic that uses it. It's already an important cut through. It was rebuilt probably in the early mid-'80s. It's been quite a while since it was rebuilt, and certainly if we were to build Carpenter's Way today, it would have bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides. And so what we're doing here is trying to deflect as much of the development traffic away from Carpenter's Way using Lakeland Park Drive as possible, and make up for what we're lacking on Carpenter's Way with the trail system and everything internally to the development. One of the other things that's important to note, and this is something just to kind of step back and where we are in the process is that, you know, we're at land use and we're at zoning. If everything gets approved by this board and the city commission, then we start getting into engineering, you know, site plan review, plat review, utility review, the more detailed engineering level work leading towards construction. At that time, where the exact driveways end up being located, then we start looking at, do we need turn lanes on Carpenter's Way at specific locations, making sure that those turn lanes on Carpenter's Way don't create higher speeds, don't create other operational issues. And so at that level, at the permitting level, there will be another phase where we look at exactly what needs to happen at those connection points on Carpenter's Way. So this is a very long process to get from where we are today to ribbon cutting on even phase one, much less the build out of the development.
Guess that leads into one of my questions. You talk about future roadway improvements along the section of Carpenter's Way. I think what we do today could have an impact on that, particularly on like a density scale, right? So if we anticipate single unit or single family houses on the south side, but if there are needs for improvements, that could affect the overall plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we do need to think about what those could be and, you know, what impacts could affect that. Because, yeah, there's a couple of these developments that I have some legit concerns about traffic. You know, in their current capacity, it might work, but you add the additional impact of, say, section 11 or 8. What does that do to the local network? While we're looking at intersections and the major network, I think just how they work at that real micro level could have some concerns. The tie-ins for Lakeland Park Connector, we're showing 2 connections. I think one that serves, like, yeah, right there. Have those been looked at in terms of viability? I think those would be like tied into a bridge and or ponds that are out there today.
The southern one exists today. There's a driveway apron that exists today at the southern end. I believe that we've got a stub out on the northern one as well. Can't remember off the top of my head, it just slipped. But that would be something, that's an example of something we would look at engineering, and the intent would be is to not, if for whatever reason, say the northern connection wasn't feasible, we'd also want to make sure that we're not pushing so much traffic to the southern driveway connection that we create another operational issue. So that's where there's multiple steps in terms of those points of contact, because you're right, most of what we've been doing at this point has been more at the macro level or the network level, but those individual connection points become key when we start getting into those next phases.
The stub out, the furthermost northern stub out, that one, yep. You talk about a potential to extend that to the northeast area. Was that factored into any of the travel study?
No.
Not at all?
We assumed at this point that really the connection to Circle Loop Road would be via Lakeland Park Drive. And so we did not assume, because there's, the uncertainty of the adjacent property, private property owner to the east, we didn't want that to skew the results one way or another.
Area 8 is currently zoned as residential high, not recommending any changes there. I guess my question would be, what is the, well, I understand that it's currently zoned as residential high, what's the current density of the development that's there today? And how different is that from what's proposed versus what exists?
With all due respect, I represent the property owner of the Wood Loop that surrounds that, the bottom horseshoe, and I'll answer your questions on that.
Fair.
13.5.
I mean, the gentleman's more than welcome to speak and answer when he gets to it, but I think the board member can get an answer to the question now if we can provide it.
Yeah, that's currently a two-story, 240-unit multifamily development there. It was built in 1984. We don't have the acreage available here at the moment, but that's what's currently there.
According to the applicant, it's 13.55 dwelling units to the acre.
And what's
for the loop.
proposed?
And proposed for 8 is,
20,
yeah, I'd have to pull up my
22. Let's see. I've got it on a slide somewhere.
Are you saying there are currently townhomes there in parcel 8? Is that what's there?
Surrounding.
Oh.
Surrounding it.
The loop is a multifamily, two-story multifamily project at about 13.6 dwelling units an acre currently.
So that's the same section that has parking concerns as well.
That's correct. Those are site planning issues. Is, there's a condition of approval that basically says if we can't meet the parking code requirements, we have to reduce our unit count, and that would apply on any of the sections, not just to Tract 8. So we're aware that this is a planning level design. This is not a fully engineered. We relocated buildings. We did not go back in and then recount and reallocate parking spots. So yes, it is probably somewhere a little bit below what's being shown on there, but not tremendously.
Am I allowed to ask who the environmental consultant was on this project?
We used Modica and Associates.
Sorry?
Modica and Associates.
Are there any other questions from the board?
In terms of landscaping, we indicate, thought we had something like type D landscape buffer along at least the eastern side of Lakeland Park Drive, but not extended further to the, I guess, west, southwest. This is the old buffer map. Is there a newer one?
No, we did not update this. The landscaping plan still applies. We did not change the building types within this whole image.
Anything else?
Hold on.
There is a landscape buffer along the backside here. It's just not one of our called out landscape. There'll be a landscape buffer there.
There will be a landscape buffer.
There will also be buffers around the stormwater ponds. There's some, the city requires some landscaping around stormwater ponds.
The community centers, there's several identified. I think there's one specific to certain areas and then some that are common. Can you talk a little bit about what those are and what their intents are?
The standalones typically are for larger. We've got about 450 residents per area. They can suit probably upwards of 500. It's just a matter of economy and scale. And so if there's one that's integrated to a building, all we've done is reduce the unit count so that the first floor may take out 6 to 8 units, 6 units on the ground floor of that building, and then we would have a pool and amenity space within that existing structure, 3 or 4 story, whichever it may be. But the other standalone ones are, you see there around 4, 10, and 11, and in parcel 2. In parcel 8 and parcel 3, those are integrated into the base of that building, so it just reduces that 3 or 4 story building by a little bit.
So 4, 10, and 11 would be shared between the development. I only ask because I think you said in 4 there, that's part of a phased development.
Correct. And so phase 1 would get the full large-scale community clubhouse, probably in the 6,000 to 7,000 square foot community clubhouse with pool, features, et cetera, and it would be as part of phase 1.
And then I think with the trail and even some of how development's shown, there are some open spaces as well as the trail being, who owns that? Who's going to operate and maintain that, and how's that going to function?
Our assumption, for the most part, it's going to be all within probably a community HOA or the developer that does that phase. If a developer takes over, all of the elements and areas within that development will be maintained by that individual development. Because we'll have stormwater tracks. Stormwater tracks require maintenance. I forget, somebody said, we will have buffering and or planting around those stormwater tracks. So all of those areas and those open space and those community trails will have maintenance requirements that will be done by each individual parcel owner.
And how would that impact any existing property owners out there? They'd be able to utilize those amenities but not have a financial stake.
They won't be able to use the clubhouse and then the pool, but the trail will be all outside of a line. There will be, no gated or fenced areas to access those community trails. And matter of fact, most of the public penetrations to the existing golf cart paths is we're going to keep those existing penetrations today. So if somebody was walking out Fairfield and they know the golf cart path used to be right behind there, well, that penetration is where it engaged another property. And we're going to keep that same location. They can get on the trail and then make their way around the entire loop.
But 20 years from now, the sidewalk's cracked. It's back to the HOA to improve that sidewalk.
I would say
The property owners association,
yeah.
the multifamily property owner, whichever entity, that will all be structured in how that particular development operates.
I don't believe it's going to be a city asset, if that's what you're concerned about, but it would be maintained by the.
With regard to the HOA and property owners, I'm going to direct this to Chuck as well. I assume that is going to be in a contract of sale for property, that you have no control over what happens between the HOA and the property owners as time progresses.
In terms of the mechanics or the kind of how everything is structured outside of the public documents, that's really kind of between the private entities. What we would do is, for example, anything involving a plat, we have requirements that the amenities would be maintained by the HOA, the Property Owners Association. For the site plan approval, likewise, anything involving site plan, likewise, we would have the same requirements and a note on the site plan. So what we would say is that, the trail system would not be maintained by the city. It would be maintained by the development. How they structure that internally is between the entities involved in the development.
So then if there's any dispute between them, then that they have to go to court or whatever it is.
Exactly. And what we've learned over the years, because, we've dealt with this with development down in Southwest Lakeland, for example, where in the past we probably didn't have all of the language down and the nuts and bolts of how that would be structured on our side, like we've learned to do now. So I think we're in a much better position to be able to draw that line to say, city's not going to be involved beyond this point. Everything else would be, the development team and how it's structured, whether it's one HOA, one property owners association, or multiple, that's amongst themselves to handle out those details.
Very similar to ERP permits and things like that, how you have to have assurances that they'll be maintained and operated properly. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
I guess my very last question, there's a tiny piece of the overall parcel. It looks like, just from the zoning map, it's staying, well, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but it's like that really, nope, very, very bottom. Bottom. There, yep. Looks like the right-of-way jogs in and out, and it's going to remain somewhat residential, but it's sort of outside the confines of this. It seems like it's going to be needed for the future extension of Lakeland Park Center Drive. Is that a part of this or no?
I think that's just open space right now. Just, we didn't need it for the lot. It'll potentially be used for Lakeland Park Drive, to avoid the gas transmission, things of that nature. It's just some extra open space that's floating around.
That'd be part of the dedication?
If necessary.
Any other questions?
Just to be clear, Commissioner Locke, you're talking about the green?
No.
You're talking about the black line?
Yeah.
That's not our ownership. That's some of the 2 or 3 parcels that Mr. Barnby was referring to that needed to be acquired.
And I believe that little one right there is owned by the city.
Okay.
That there's a couple south of that are in different ownership.
I apologize. I thought you were talking about the green.
Anything else? Ready, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as comments from the audience, I'm going to call on Ms. Barnby or Mr. Simpson. There's been a special request here as far as the responses from the audience. And it's something that is a one-time thing we are doing. It isn't going to be the norm. If you want to explain it a little bit.
Sure. And we've received a request from representatives of the HOA asking for a block of time, I think between 20 and 30 minutes, to be able to have a presentation, or at least give them the option to deliver a presentation, if acceptable, if the applicant doesn't object to that. And so I think, if you're amenable to that, that would be something that we'd want to offer to, and I know Ms. Tehan.
Yes, we're going to do 3-minute presentation.
Okay, you're going to do, you go back to the 3-minute presentation? Okay.
Okay. Okay, any who would like to comment from the audience?
Okay, my name is Tammy Geek, and I'm from Cambridge on the Green, which is on 940 Fenton Lane. And thank you guys for addressing the question about the multi-use trail, because to me, that's like the one real highlight of this thing. But my question was about, who's gonna maintain it, but also, as they clarified, they're planning on kind of keeping the old golf course trail and just kind of fixing it or something. I don't know who's familiar with the golf course trail, but if you've actually been up close to it, most of it, like the best parts of it, are barely 6 feet wide. Really, really bad, and a lot of it just turns into grass or turns into gravel, and it's cockeyed, and so basically the whole thing's gonna have to be built from nothing, which is fine. But then again, as you brought up, the maintenance of it, I don't understand, especially if they're going to have this crazy amount of high density. You're going to have thousands of people living in these high density apartments. And it'd be great if they're all using the trails and so forth, but there's going to be litter and there's going to be dog poop and whatever. And I don't understand, like, who's going to maintain it as far as just day to day, keeping, things picked up and so forth. So that was my biggest thing I want to speak about. And then the only other thing is, again, with that number of units that they want to put in this one main section of the golf course, the trail would make it great. It's more walkable, and biking and everything would be great. But then and we have the crosswalks, but if they're gonna put in a roundabout, which is awesome for traffic, trying to cross the road on foot or on a bicycle when there's a roundabout and the cars aren't stopping at all for any reason is just, I don't know, when we talk about lake compatibility, it just seems like a little bit of a conflict between making it walkable in a nice community, but then also having so many people in such a relatively small area. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Scott Mueller, 102 Kennelwood Lane, Lakeland, Florida. My house is kind of the black sheep of all these houses. If you pull the east side up, which it is, up there by parcel 2 all the way in, you can see Kennelwood Lane. It's not identified. But anyway, I back right up to the golf course. There's 5 or 6 oak trees with my neighbor, so I'm going to be right there when that road comes through. I'm going to talk about traffic. I know you didn't want me to, but I'm going to talk about it. They're putting 72 units right behind me, apartment complex. I'm sure y'all know about that. I don't know if that's in the study or not. I have the names of the roads, but I'll just describe. When they build these 72 units, these people come out left or right. They go to 7-Eleven, they hit a 4-way stop, they hit a stoplight. They take a right, they go to RV to Drive right by Applebee's. You can only turn right. If you put this on top, the whole east side of this property, on top of that, Kennelwood Lane, apartments, 2 restaurants, the traffic's going to be bad. It really is. But I've been there 20 years, and I've never seen that golf course redesigned, which doesn't matter, but Mr. Shin did not redesign it as everybody thinks he did. You know. But anyway, that's about all I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next person, anybody else? Okay.
I want to thank you for your knowledge of the traffic and of the area. That set my mind at ease on a lot of things. My name is Jerry Seifert, and I live at 742 Rockingham Road for the last 35 years. I did demographics for Sam's Club for 20 years until last year. I've spent many hours going over the master plan, the traffic study, and the already approved projects in a 5-mile radius of the Wedgewood community. I have 30 minutes of reasonings why this proposal is too large, but it comes down to the homes were built out around the golf course, and they left no room for expansion at the time. There are only 2 roads in and out, Wedgewood Boulevard and Carpenter's Way. Actually, there's only 1.5 since Wedgewood Boulevard dead ends into Carpenter's Way. It doesn't matter how many driveways and roundabouts they put in their plan. It's going to double the entrance and exit traffic on Carpenter's Way to a gridlock, and eventually it'll all end up on 98 North. The traffic signal is needed now at Wedgewood Boulevard and 98 North. You have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to do a U-turn to go south on 98. And that's now. When we came out this morning and went across there, there was 9 cars in front of us making the U-turn at 98 North at 10 minutes to 8. Our community is not up to code on handicap crosswalks, curbings, federal mailbox placement, and street crossings. We have the Miami curbs, which are not used anymore. Now, all of these are on city property or federal property with the mailboxes. Reducing the density of this project will allow some compatibility, which we keep hearing that word all morning, of the existing homes and apartments. Thank you very much.
written narratives for my presentation that I like. Is it okay if I approach? It's one for everyone, and it's 2 sheets. Thank you for listening to all of us this morning. My name is Beverly Copeland Inman. I live at 733 Carpenter's Way. We are a private street. Today, I would like to discuss a couple of reasons why we chose this location. The one was the quiet location of the property, and the second was the green space that it provided by the Wedgewood Golf Course. I understand that the development must happen in the city of Lakeland in order for Lakeland to grow. However, it should not be at the expense of constituents or taxpayers. The proposed development wants to put stormwater ponds between Sand Wedge Villas and Fairfield on the T. My neighbors and myself don't want this. In all the years we've lived here, we've never had any issues with stormwater runoff or water backing up into our homes, especially since they're proposing fencing around the stormwater ponds. If they went with regular stormwater ponds that are mowable, there would be no need for fencing. But our idea is just to have the green space. Additionally, should there be a significant rainwater event in the pond, the water has to go somewhere. And that place would be into many of our homes. This could be a liability for all concerned, since it is an issue that has been brought to the attention through this meeting to the developers as well as planning and zoning. Should that catastrophe occur, insurance rates for all homeowners will be impacted, not to mention homes damaged. All we're asking for is green space, like park benches, and an area to enjoy peaceful, quiet living that we've had for more than 20 years. I still have some time. My second concern, if you look at the map, Sand Wedge Villas is a little private street that has 38 homes. This street is only 10 feet wide. This street is so narrow, we don't even allow on-street parking. Adjacent to where we live, they're talking about putting in 572 units. That's going to create a lot of traffic up and down that little street, in addition to the garbage trucks, the Amazon trucks, the UPS trucks. In the past, when the school buses stop at the corner of Heather Point and Carpenter's Way, people will come up the private street where I live, make the left so they don't have to wait for the school bus. That's going to be impacted even more. So I wanted to bring this to your attention due to the number of multifamily units that they're proposing to build adjacent to our community. So here's our questions. Is the city willing to make Carpenter's Way a public street? If not, who will cover the cost of the maintenance of Carpenter's Way because of its use by all people other than our residents? And what is the developer willing to do? Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. Thank you for your time, folks. I appreciate your service, your volunteer service, and I understand that. My name is Jack English. I'm a board member for Cambridge on the T, not Cambridge on the Green, Cambridge on the T, at 925 Fenton Lane. I reside at 8923 Laurie Lane, but I'm the property manager for one of the residents, and I'm on the board again. This property is bounded, it's in a triangular shape, and I've got it illustrated. Thank you, Todd. For benefit of brevity, what we've got is a 24-unit townhome community, 2 stories each, that has a perimeter of Wedgewood Boulevard on the north, Fenton Lane on the south, south and west, and then it's bounded by parcel, or they call it Track 9. Track 9B is to be developed later. We only have a 3-foot property line for our property owners. I don't know who developed this, okay? But 3 foot from the back of our owner's property to the property line. We can't even put a deck back there or walk out. So what we're asking for is a 50-foot dedicated easement for us to sign an agreement to maintain and put vegetation on and potentially fence from the current golf course area. This is a monkey wrench in everything because it's never been discussed before. Our board voted and asked me to come and speak to you about it. So I'd like to present that to you as point number one. And point number two is when you go back, Todd, if you can put on the old plan. For Section 8, excuse me, I don't want to say Section 8, Track 8, excuse me. For Track 8, when it was originally designed, we didn't have any problems with it because it only had 4 buildings and it came out, the roadway to exit it didn't have the lights of those folks that are driving out of Track 8 from those apartments focused on the backs of our residents' buildings. But the way it is designed now with 5 buildings, it's the roadway has gone more easterly and is straight away. When you look at the old map versus the new map, the old map, and I know this is part of the design element and everything else, the old map had a vegetated area which would prevent the lights at nighttime for residents leaving from focusing their lights. They also have aligned their driveway for Track 8 adjacent to the driveway, which is a one-way road in our development going on to Wedgewood. And we would prefer some change of alignment there because we only have a 10-foot wide driveway that goes through with 2 parking areas for our tenants. And it goes directly out on Wedgewood Boulevard, as is illustrated. But we would ask that you would go back to Track 8 and use 4 units and use the original design in 2- or 3-story buildings, not 4-story. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Dave Stevens. I live at 707 Carpenter's Way, number 48. That's Fairfield on the T, HOA. I'm one of the board members there. And I was asked to speak regarding the increase in density. Maybe that's not the exact word, but we're going from 800 and, pardon me, I have a visual handicap, 848 units to 2,056 units. That's a 142% increase. I call it density. Some people call it another word. The bottom line is, if you multiply 142% times 8,000 trips a day, it comes out to over 19,000 trips a day. That's what we're going to have. 19,000 trips a day. By the way, the city, if you remember, bought that road, Carpenter's Way, from the church. I believe Gene Strickland assessed us, it was 1997 or 1998. They repaved it, widened it. To the best of my knowledge, and I've lived there since 1990, it's never been improved really a whole lot. Maybe they've patched some holes, but it exists today as it did for the last, since about 98 or 99. If you don't think that Lake Miriam Drive can handle 220 additional units, how in God's name can the people of Carpenter's Way handle an additional 1,200 units? So I want to just say we need some help. We think we need at least the same common courtesy and consideration that the people on Lake Miriam Drive got when this board or the city commission turned down the development of 220 units. Also, where I live, my patio backs up onto what was the 8th fairway. 65 yards away or less is the middle of the 8th green. That's where they plan to put a 3-story apartment building. As it exists right now, from my patio, and that's where I measure everything from my patio to Audubon Oaks is over 350 yards. There's not a 3-story building within 300 yards of any of us right now at Fairfield on the Tee or Sandwich. Audubon Oaks is shrouded back in the perimeter, eastern perimeter, it's covered by big trees. Please don't let them put any 3-story buildings within 100 yards of any existing unit.
Good morning. My name is Bill Berman. I live at 136 Heather Point Drive, and I'm here on behalf of the 5 homeowner associations and 2 residential apartment complexes. I know we've already talked a lot about traffic, and a lot of what I was going to talk about has been covered. I have just one point I'd like to bring up. Regardless of the complexity and the work done on the traffic study that Chuck has talked about, Carpenter's Way is a 2-lane road with a stoplight at one end and a stop sign at the other end. There's no other way out of our community. We have been in discussion with the city and the developer, and we're under the impression, and hopefully it's true, that Carpenter Lane cannot and will not be widened at this point. To our way of thinking as a community, that would include adding turn lanes. I've just heard today that, well, maybe turn lanes are going to happen. There's a section of about a half a mile of Carpenter's Way running from the old clubhouse down to where the turnabout is proposed that will have 9 access and exit points on a half a mile of road. How in the world, given the density increase, can traffic flow on a 2-lane road with that many turning points is beyond my comprehension. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Pat T, and I live on Wedgewood community for 33 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm concerned with the construction within
Could you give your name and address?
Pardon?
Could you give your name and address, please?
Oh, Pat T, 129 Heather Point Drive.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm concerned with the construction within a 3-mile radius beginning north of I-4 to Markham Road, starting with a hotel behind Hooters property consisting of 88 units planned. The old Sears store at Lakeland Square Mall will be demolished and 3-story buildings, 278 apartment units will be built. Then construction north of Daughtry Road across from Walmart is 300 units of 3-story buildings. Further north on 98 North at Markham Road, behind Racetrack gas station, construction of 276 units of 3-story, also planned. Then east of 98 North, behind Public, 32 single-family homes are approved. Recapping the projects approved on 98 North are 978 units within 3 miles of Wedgewood area. South to Carpenter's Way, Lake Gibson Village will be constructing 312 units of 3-story buildings and some townhomes. This is less than 1/4 of a mile east of Wedgewood Golf Course. SJD's proposal for the golf course is 1,148 more apartment units, 31 buildings, which is 23 4 stories, 8 3 stories, and only 60 single-family homes are proposed, bringing this proposal population to 1,208 units. Audubon Oaks is already constructing 72 units and 3-story buildings on their property. So with LGV Phase 2, the golf course redevelopment of 1,208 units proposed, and Audubon Oaks' latest project will bring a density of 1,592 units within 1/4 of a mile of a historic area of town on a single-lane residential road. So to reiterate this density under construction and proposed on 98 North in a 3-mile stretch of road is a total of 2,566 units of residential occupancy. This is more density than some Florida cities. Reducing all 23 4-story buildings to 3-story buildings and the 8 3-story buildings to 2-story buildings would reduce the apartment units to 1,148 to 838. So please consider this is not compatible with our area at all. Thank you.
I'm David DeMarce, one of the owners of Audubon Oaks at 1120 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Audubon Oaks is a long-established community within this suburban neighborhood with an unconventional site plan that adjoins 5 of the 11 proposed parcels. We only have 2 requests. Audubon Oaks and our new project, Gibson Oaks, which also borders the golf course, are both 3-story multifamily buildings. The irregular site plan of Audubon Oaks creates a situation where the new development has buildings surrounding Audubon Oaks on all sides, which affects every one of our buildings. We appreciate the effort that developers put forth by trying to move some of the 4-story buildings away from the existing buildings and making 8 of the 31 multifamily buildings 3-story. However, the 4-story height that remains in this development is still not compatible with the surrounding properties. Our first request is to keep all the buildings at 3 stories, especially in parcel 2, which is right in the middle of Audubon Oaks. We see that the development proposal has proposed landscape buffering, type A, C, and D, surrounding Audubon Oaks. Type A and C do not have a fence in their specifications. Our second request is that since the development surrounds our property and borders all of our buildings, we feel a 6-foot-high black aluminum fence, picket fence, would be provided surrounding Audubon Oaks property line. This would delineate the property line, creating separation while allowing an open feel to the area. We're developers, we understand the process, and we feel that these few small changes would make the development compatible with the surrounding community. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Gina Ward, and I've been a resident at 4037 Derby Drive for nearly 20 years. The density of this project worries me, and if the city plans to approve this development, of course, as proposed, you'll be devastating a beautiful and historic section of town. Now more than ever, we need this neighborhood to stay compatible and continue to attract working professionals and retirees as well, who, like us, want to see our homes investments prosper and friendships blossom. The lot sizes proposed in track 1, 5 through 7 are way too small to attract the custom home builders and residents we'd like to live among. Track 1, Heather Lake Estates, proposed lot sizes is not compatible to the existing home sites and needs to be no less than 13,500 square feet or 100-foot facing lots by 135-foot deep. According to our CCRs for our association, refer to page 15, section 16 for single-family setbacks. This setback is for all the single-family homes in our community. Single-story dwellings for Track 1 have a requirement of no less than 2,000 square feet for single-family or single-story and 2,400 square feet for two-story buildings. Increasing the lot size on Track 1 to 100-foot facing lots reduces the density in Track 1 from 14 units to 12, allowing all these dwellings to be single-story and have pools if the homeowners decide. For Track 5, 6, and 7, the proposed lot sizes for these single-family homes are way too small, and we're proposing 11,700 square foot lots, giving us a 90 by 130 lot that would be more compatible with the home sites that are already existing on Staffordshire and Chelsea. These homes will also be an entry point, or what we would call a showcase of the new development. The current proposed home sites will only allow two-story tract-style homes and no room for a pool, and most of the homes on these sites existing are single-story with pools. Increasing the lot sizes for all the single-family home sites on these tracts brings more compatibility, desirable buffering needed for the beautiful area, and also conforms to our CCRs. Again, all single-family setbacks. In this area, we require that all homes be 1,600 square feet of air-conditioned area. The proposed lots for Tracks 1, 5, 6, and 7 do not meet this requirement again, and therefore further perpetuates the incompatibility of the proposed development to our longtime existing community. Increasing the lot sizes will aid in the reduction of the proposed density and increasing the capacity as follows. Track 5 would reduce from 14 homes to 9. Track 6 would reduce from 12 homes to 8, and Track 7 would reduce from 20 homes to 13 single-family homes. The pain of this PUD is the density, and I think I've shared viable solutions with regards to single-family homes, reducing the density and creating compatibility. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Myra White. I live at 707 Carpenter's Way, number 48. I've lived there for 35 years. I'm a Florida native and have seen a lot of changes in Lakeland. The density that will be coming from the 1,148 multifamily dwellings behind Fairfield on the T, where I live. When I first moved there because it was, a good neighborhood, peaceful community. We had views of the lake, of the golf course. We had wildlife. We still have the sandhill cranes that live there. And by increasing the density of these 1,148 homes, when I look out in my patio now, that's all I'm going to see is a 3-story building. No sand cranes, no water hazards, no anything. So I'm hoping that they will reconsider making the buildings behind Fairfield. And besides Fairfield, we're a cul-de-sac. I don't know if we're even mentioned up there. We only have one way in and out. The developers are adding 4 or 5 more roads coming out onto Carpenter's Way. We have trouble getting out there now. I don't know how we'll get out with all this other traffic coming in. I would suggest that, ask please, that maybe you do a traffic study when it should be done, when all of our winter visitors are down and the Detroit Tigers are here playing, because the traffic just goes up. You can get backed up all along Carpenter's Way. So I appreciate all your efforts and listening to me. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
If I may.
I emailed that correspondence yesterday that has the comments, and I'll go through them briefly. My name is Keith Graham. I'm an attorney with Marchena and Graham. We represent the owner of the Wedgefield Loop apartment complex. My address is 976 Lake Baldwin Lane, Orlando, Florida. The Loop at Wedgefield is an apartment complex that basically, it's horseshoe shaped. It wraps around probably 75% of the tract 8, surrounds it. The Loop has 240 apartments. It's 17.66 acres. The maximum building height of the Loop is 25 feet. It's a two-story apartment complex. Has single-story buildings as well, I believe, for a maintenance facility and the clubhouse. The density per acre at the Loop is 13.58. Tract 8, if you look at the legal description, the staff report has an inconsistency. In certain areas, including where they calculate the density, they say it's 8.63 acres. If you look at the legal description, it has it down at 8.31 acres. If you use the 8.31 acres from their legal description that's in the staff report, the density comes out to 23.34 units per acre, which is not quite double, but close to double the density of the surrounding Loop property. On the north side of Tract 8, it is a 60-lot subdivision, Cambridge on the Green. That is two-story townhome, single-family residences. You can see Tract 8 is pretty much a narrow sliver of land. It doesn't provide the opportunity for any horizontal buffering, and in fact, the conditions for the multifamily allow the buildings to be 25 foot from the property line. All of the buildings on Tract 8 are proposed to be 4-story. There's no 4-story buildings within sight of Tract 8. You've got the 2-story apartments wrapped around the 2/3 of it, and you have 2-story single-family townhomes to the north of it. That's not compatible. There's no buffering. The buffering that they propose for the area around the Loop is the buffer type C, which is 2 trees every 100 feet. That's clearly inadequate. The last item was touched upon, but they keep saying this is a conceptual site plan, but they only have 2/3 of the parking for the buildings they have up there. 2/3 of the minimum code required parking. There's Tract 8, they've just asked for the moon. This should be denied as incompatible and let them come back with a plan that actually addresses the code requirements and the adjacent property. Thank you.
Any other?
Yeah. Victor Prebor, 4013 Derby Drive. Real quick, most of the residents have addressed all the issues and done a really well job. I just want to drive the nail in one of the things we're talking about. Carpenter's Way, very short road. We've talked about a lot of outlets to maybe roads, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll get an outlet, maybe we'll buy this lot. Right now, all those cars, both first the existing residents, then the new residents are going to be on that road, Carpenter's Way, and then, as pointed out, all this development that we have going on around our community, a lot of that is going to be using this as the through street to go through. So really have to look at the numbers here. I'm not quite sure how the numbers came up for Carpenter's Way, but even if you just took it down to lay terms and just said, hey, I've got a house, I probably have at least 4 trips per residential unit. Just do the math. How do you come up with those numbers and say that that's all that we're going to have traveling on Carpenter's Way? So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Garcia. I live at 4121 Derby Drive. I just wanted to bring up the thing that they're talking about putting a street. There's a golf course, what do you call it? Well, yeah, the lake, it's a vacant lot. It's like a throughway, but the golf course has never maintained it. Myself and my neighbor on the other side, we've always taken care of it. We put grass, I put sod in there, put all new sod years ago. But anyway, we maintain it, we take care of it. They're talking about putting a street there. My master bedroom is there, right there. We have 2 beautiful old oak trees there. They will probably have to go. We have swings in them. The kids can come and play in that empty lot. I mean, we maintain it already. And to put a street through there, it's, you know, I have a 7-year-old grandbaby that, you know, they come and play out there in that lot, they play, and you're going to put a street in there, you know, to put more cars running through there. Where do they play? You know, you're already packing houses on top of houses. You know, just thank you for your consideration.
Hello, I'm Holly Bailey, and I live at 707 Carpenter's Way, number 23, in one of the condominiums. And I've lived there for 35 years. And when I bought, I knew that there was I lived on the first fairway coming in, and it's clear grounds behind me. We do have in the front corner, we have the cottage where there's an assisted living home there. And then beside me is where they want to put a road. We don't have a lot of space in our backyard, as they were talking about before. We have very little square footage in our backyards. Again, we don't have room to put a porch on, much less they're going to put a road right by my back door, my sliding glass door. They're talking about putting 2 trees. We have behind me, diagonally behind me, we have a set of oak trees that are there that have been there for at least 40 years. They're established, they're older, and they're probably right in the middle of where they want to put housing. And they're probably going to take those out. And then they're going to put in some small bush or shrub that's supposed to stop the noise of these people driving by on this new road, right by my back door, shining lights into my house where I'm trying to sleep. And it's just not gonna be good. The sound's gonna be horrible. I'm not gonna have a backyard. And what's gonna happen if somebody drives through my sliding glass door into my living room because they've missed the curve or they're turned too sharp? It's just not compatible to have a road right behind, literally, my back door. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Mr. Allen, I think.
First things, I'm going to ask Mr. Minganet to come up and talk about some traffic issues. That seemed to be a big talking point. So, Scott.
Scott Minganet with Kimley Horn. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that as I was taking notes, listening, and Chuck, I tried to summarize some of the things that we've been discussing as well. And just to make sure that there's information that people are using. There were some numbers and some data that are thrown out, and so I just wanted to highlight a couple of different things. At the public meeting, there were some concerns about, well, when is peak? So when we did the extra traffic counts on Carpenter's Way, we actually did 2 counts. And the 2 counts indicated that PM peak, yes, is the peak. So there was concerns about I can't get out at 10 a.m. And so we did that as a part of the additional expenditure that the developer did to make sure that PM peak, yes, was the peak along Carpenter's Way. So yeah, it verified that that was the traditional PM peak, and therefore all of the calculations and the analysis that we've done per the traffic study is using the same terminology. There's some concerns about additional trips. If you look at the development as a whole, it's 500 peak hour trips. I know there's some other data and some other things that were thrown out there. And so that is the amount that has been used to analyze the data. We also talked about impact on 98. Again, 98 is governed by DOT moving volumes and capacity through interchanges and intersections that are governed by those traffic signals to push volume through, mainly along 98, not at the private sector intersections that Mr. Barnby outlined. And so with all of that intersection improvements, our total build out is only 2.5% of the total trips on 98. So our impact is very minimal to 98. And that's outlined in the traffic study. And then lastly, we talked a lot about, we just talked about the volume and the capacity of Carpenter's Way. Currently, Carpenter's Way volume is at about 71%. With our total capacity, that puts us added to Carpenter's Way is at 85%. That is still a level of threshold capacity that is well within the design capacity of Carpenter's Way. So I think the driveway configuration that we've done, the current clubhouse has 2 driveways. We are actually consolidating those into one roadway access for parcels 4, 10, 11, and the side of 3. So we're actually kind of reducing it there, or at least reconfiguring those 2. We're cleaning up 2 of the intersections with the roundabout, and then we're really adding 2 there on a single family usage of parcel 5 connected to 7 and 6. So those are kind of the facts and the details that some of you may want more of that information. It's certainly in the traffic study. I just wanted to highlight.
All right. Just a couple other points. I want to hit the highlights here. First of all, the discussion about the trail. We recognize that the trail is substandard today. We did not, my comments were not that we were going to keep the existing 6-foot trail. My comment was that we were going to upgrade the existing trail. We are going to generally utilize that alignment as the location for the trail. And that, Commissioner Roberts, was really the dialogue you and I had. We are going to upgrade it. There is substantial improvement there. Scott really just hit the traffic issues. We have done a very detailed, very thorough analysis of the traffic issues. We have gone in beyond what a standard zoning case requirements are for transportation analysis, and the conclusion is that study meets the standards. Now, we recognize that there are future improvements. We are talking about developers agreements. We're talking about dedicating right-of-way to help facilitate future connection, all of those kinds of things. Those are the types of improvements that will be facilitated by this project. Sandwich Villas, we are not accessing Sandwich Villas. We're not proposing any impact direct to their road. Little confused about that one. Moving over to Tract 8, probably the other subject of a majority of the conversation. This alignment there, that is currently aligned. Generally, the location is about the same in the proposed and the previous plan. The reason it's located there is generally engineering standards and general engineering design is that you want intersections to be at 90 degrees of each other, and that's why we've located it there. But as it relates to Tract 8, hearing the conversations going on about that, my client is willing to limit Tract 8 to a 3-story product within there. So now you're having 3-story product adjacent to the 2-story apartment complex, the Loop. Mr. Graham's comments, as well as some of the residents. We are willing to do that. That would reduce the unit count in there to 144, going to 3-story on those buildings. So now you're looking at a density that's around 16 dwelling units an acre rather than 23 dwelling units an acre, adjacent to 13 dwelling units an acre. So directly addressing the compatibility issue, so we are willing to reduce those to 3-story. And then outside of that, listening to the Audubon Oaks folks speak, I met with them since the prior Planning Commission. They raised the issue of the building height. They also raised other issues, as interestingly enough, if we were interested in selling Hole 2 to them. So there's a lot of interest there where we are willing to work with them on buffering. But for me, in 15 years of doing this, multifamily not being compatible with multifamily is a little bit of a struggle for me. Now, I think not only is that 15 years of my experience, but if I look at your land development code specifically, and I look at what your minimum code requirements are when you put a multifamily project next to a multifamily project, there's no buffer required. And yet we are adding buffers. We are adding those things. So we are going well beyond what the code minimum requirements are to address compatibility, to address those standards. So I think not to go back through the entire landscaping plan. I know we haven't even talked about conditions of approval yet, but the changes that are being made, the ones that I just proffered related to 3-story only in Tract 8, all the other things that this project can bring to the table, road improvements, sewer improvements, upgrading the lift station that has problems today, that's located on Carpenter's Way. We've evaluated traffic study. It meets your city standards. We are in agreement with all of the conditions of approval as presented by staff. We believe this project is compatible and consistent with your comprehensive plan. We'll stand for any questions or dialogue that we may need to enter into going forward in the hearing, but I very much appreciate all of your time and attention. I know this has been a long one, and it means a lot to us. It means a lot to my client and the community for your attention today. So thank you very much, and we will be here. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Any other questions? Okay. So we are now at the point where,
Actually,
yes.
I have a hand.
Hi.
Mr. Allen, there was a comment about the single-family residences not meeting the criteria set forth.
We evaluated the CC&Rs for the properties that were immediately adjacent to us. We looked at the lots. There are a mix of lot sizes in there. There is a 60-foot lot minimum. Are there some that are larger on the outsides of that development? Yes, but the CC&Rs indicated a 60-foot lot minimum. We are adjacent to 60-foot lots. That's what we were proposing. And
just to clarify the existing staff report, we mirror the existing zoning requirements. So what's in the staff report reflects what the current minimum the zoning requirements are.
Right.
I do have a question. In the area of the project with the existing villas, you have 3-story apartment buildings, some located pretty close to those villas. My concern is when those villas were designed, they were designed with the golf course being their backyard. And you're putting up a 3-story building. How come there wasn't any consideration to doing maybe some more villas and kind of fitting in with what is in that area already?
I'm going to defer to the land planner for that.
Because remember, even though you're zoned for it, it might not necessarily be compatible.
Just for clarification, you're talking about maybe parcel 4.
Fairfield and,
right.
And Sandwich Villas.
Right.
And then those, basically the 5 yellow buildings that are 6, I guess, around the property. Well, I guess that bottom, the south one, doesn't matter, but the top 5 yellow dots, like it's quite an impact to have 3-story buildings right there around those villas when they really don't have a backyard at all.
Yeah, no, we understood that, and a lot of what we were talking about, and Mr. Allen even pointed it out, when we're talking about compatibility, you've got multifamily or residential compatibility. We did look at really trying to create a community of multifamily density. We were trying to achieve a certain marketable rate of a density that could be a community. And be marketable for the developer as well. So we evaluated a number of different things. Could we have looked at, like if you look at some of our cross sections, the difference between a 3-story and a 3-story multifamily building or a 2-story and a 3-story, I think it's still rather compatible. We didn't look at it in depth.
But see, what the difference is with the villas is that your parking is kind of included. You have your own driveway, whereas the multifamily buildings, you're putting all your parking as a community parking versus as being inclusive to that unit. Whereas those other units don't have parking lots, and it feels different than a multifamily building would.
Yeah, I think there's two things. One, we moved the roadway from, away from that area so we could berm and buffer some of those properties along Fairfield. You can see that's a stormwater pond immediately there. And if you look at the cross section of that road that goes through 4, 10, and 11, really it's more of an urban street with a really wide 10 to 12 foot sidewalk and on-street parking. So we've pulled all of that away. You're right, there is one little pinch point in that area where we've got the road coming up close to it, so we could get that building in there. But it is if you could flip to the cross section that shows one more. Oops, right there. So if you take that 4-story building out and replace it with a 2-story building, that will be very similar to the size, scale, and relationship that you'll see all along that roadway. So you've got a 2-story unit instead of that 4-story. You'll have significant landscape buffer between the edge of that building, on-street parking, travel lanes, another on-street parking, 10 to 12 foot multi-use trail, and then the 3-story building. So I think the scale and relationship that we're looking at in plan view isn't translating to that 64 foot of right-of-way and volume that we're creating through those areas.
So why didn't you just replace that section instead of with 4 or 3-story buildings with those townhomes that you took out? Those would be much more compatible with the surrounding area of Sandwedge, and why take the townhomes out?
The townhomes were in the single-family portion in parcels 5, 6, and 7. This cross-section is through the area that we're talking around Fairfield at 4, 10, and 11.
I understand that.
So I didn't follow your question then. The townhomes were in...
Instead of putting parcels 10, 11, and 4 with buildings of multi-stories, why not move some of those smaller townhomes that you had proposed for 5, 6, and 7 over there? That would be a little bit more compatible with those units that are in that area.
That is an option. Our option looked at compatibility around the larger context. If you look at the densities across all of that property and all of the PUD, and even behind Lake Gibson Village, there's 4 to 6 stories approved right behind that area. And we think that a 3 and 4-story multifamily development consistent with the residential multifamily is compatible in that area. And there's a certain amount of density for a single family rent, for a multifamily rent component. We want density to have a vibrant community. People are using these a lot more today as work from home. We've learned that through COVID. And so when you get enough of that community together, it allows the developer to do some multi-use community trails for everybody to use. But we need that density so that provides the ability for them to create the community enhancements that they need.
I understand that you need the numbers to include some amenities on the overall project and to benefit the neighbors as well. But that seems like such a small area. I don't have issues with the rest of the multifamily, and it's just that area that's really giving me heartburn right now, because those neighbors, I don't think it fits. Especially building 10.
Yeah, my concern is
That's a good highlight right there. And so the distance between the back of Fairfield and 10E is what we're saying, right? Unit 10E?
So you've got parking.
And Sandwedge, yes. Between Sandwedge and Fairfield, you've got 10E. So that unit is I don't have a scale necessarily, but if that's a 60-foot blade of parking or 120 feet, we are more than 60 feet away from the back of either side of those properties.
Right, but it's still a 30-unit building that's 3 stories.
It's 3-story and Fairfield is a 2-story. So that's why I directed you to look at that cross-section in the hope that you could visualize taking the 4-story out.
Oh, I can.
And do the 2-story.
I can.
Yeah, so across 64 feet, if you walk down even in Main Street, when you're walking down a street and you have a 2-story and a 3-story, size, scale, and relationship is actually part of that volume. And with street trees and buffers, we will enhance buffers at the sight line. So if we did a sight line study and you're out your back patio, your back door, I don't think you'll be able to see the tops of those roof lines at 3-story. And we can certainly proffer to enhance those buffers, especially right through that area.
That's like 60 feet from the back to the corner of that building from those bottom villas right there. I mean, it's not a huge distance. And you're telling me that like a 3-story building's gonna disappear in 60 feet?
Also, my concern, when you say multi-use, townhomes are also multi-use, and you've got people in Sandwedge and Fairfield who own their properties, they own them. And then you're talking about rental apartments there, which doesn't bother me, but, people work from home whatever their home might happen to be.
Mm-hmm.
I just, compatibility-wise, a 3-story building butting up against those, or they're not.
Those are some great points and good evaluation, and we certainly could evaluate. So we have a dual-bladed parking area. We could take one blade and actually wrap it around and move that 10E inbound, and that would give us probably another 60 and 60. It'd give us 120 feet or so. I mean, this is rough math here. We're not drawing on the top of this. We could move that inbound so that the parking field went around that 10E unit, and it would push that building up into that parcel a little bit further. And that would create maybe 120 feet of separation.
Commissioner Long.
Is Audubon Oaks 2-story or 3-story?
3.
And how much distance is there from the back of, like, for example, 10C, 10B to Audubon Oaks? What's the distance there?
It varies because Audubon Oaks has kind of a C-shaped building and they crisscross each other in certain areas. On 10C, that's the older configuration, but that gives you the idea that that's with the aerial. That's actually a clubhouse and some other amenities. So there's only one building there in between C and D.
They have a 25-foot setback on their property, so that's their minimum setback.
So they're 25 foot off the back of D, for example, correct?
And we have a 25-foot.
Okay, so it's 50
So
foot.
you would have a minimum of 50 feet.
Okay. And 10E does not actually back up to either Fairfield or Sandwich, it backs up to the retention pond, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We could explore a condition of sorts, Commissioner Lunds and Knight, regarding the distance separation of 10E from the Fairfield and Sandwich villas, if that's something, and work on shifting that building away. It's kind of hard to do
on the fly.
Maybe if I understand that.
Something that if directed by this board, we could work with your staff between today and a city council hearing to address if we had some guidance as to what you thought might be a reasonable separation.
I have a question for staff. I see that this is for consideration of a final decision today. This is a large project. This is a lot to digest. Why are we rushed to decide something today?
We wanted to give the board an option of making an approval since we had the hearing, the original hearing back in May. And so this would be the second public hearing, which is unusual for, for zoning projects.
But it's not unusual for a project of this size that has so much packed into it that's in an existing community.
And we have a pretty good.
It's not a minor modification, it's a major modification. So if they approved it, they can theoretically just put whatever they want within those guidelines, correct?
Well, and what we would rely on is the exhibits, the layout exhibits that show the buildings, the infrastructure, buffers, everything that's part of that package, not just the text of the conditions. And maybe, if the board and the applicant are amenable to this, let's take a look at the conditions and note that, right now that there is a change to tract 8 to go to 3 stories, and we're talking about shifting building 10E inward. We need to figure out a distance on that, like to Sandwich, or eliminated. But take a look at if we take a look at the conditions and then kind of put that in the context of the exhibits that are part of the document, because those exhibits are going to be binding. Sure, there may be some shifts within slight envelopes that could come back as a minor modification, but for the most part, the intent is to have something that the public can rely on and the developer can rely on that says this is what the board and the city commission have agreed to. And so, I think in terms of whether or not the board takes an action today, that's obviously the board's purview. But we want to at least give everybody a comfort level that there are details that are included with the verbiage that would be binding as part of the PUD.
I think we have received a pretty good idea from the public, their objections and their concerns. Personally, I'm also concerned about this traffic issue. Right now, it's a problem without all of these additional residences. And I don't know if there's any other way around it to try and eliminate some of the difficulty. I, for one, would have no objection if we did not take any action on it today until we could get a clarification and some definite.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on that point, one of the issues that we have with the time frame is that under state law, we're required to dispose of an application one way or the other within 180 days. I know that this particular application is a little bit more complicated because there were some continuances requested. We can extend that time frame, but that was part of the reason why I had asked Mr. Allen to confirm the continuance before, was because I was trying to get him to go ahead and commit to an extension to that time frame. So I just from a legal perspective, if the board is inclined to postpone this, I would just ask for Mr. Allen to confirm that we're extending our time frame on that and that they're agreeable to that. And the other point I wanted to raise to the board is that the city's land development code states that the board, when it comes to conditions, essentially that the applicant needs to accept the conditions. It's pretty typical that there may be some minor tweaks to those conditions between, this process and then the city commission process. But the preference is to have those conditions pretty much solidified through this process. So just to the extent that we're modifying conditions or imposing conditions that would result in actually changing some of the site plan, I think that that really complicates that question of whether or not the applicants accepted the conditions. And so I would recommend against any kind of condition that would result in a material revision of the site plan without that the board actually having the benefit of seeing that site plan.
Well, let me just to maybe both of those points. 10E, we would agree to being a two-story building. That way it is comparable to the Fairfield and Sandwedge building heights. That would leave the location alone. We would not have to draft a condition. All we would have to do, the site plan stays the same. It's just we scratch through the 3 and make it a 2. That is voluntarily proffered by myself and on behalf of my client, and is acceptable to us, as it was for the same with doing it in Tract 8, in an effort to help bring all of these issues to ahead.
So what you're saying is building 10E,
Two-story building
a
on 10.
two-story building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I agree with Mr. Barnby. I think it would be appropriate to hear all of the conditions. I know that Mr. Allen had raised the potential of having some issue with some of the conditions. I'll just highlight that because the applicant has the burden of proof in this proceeding, the applicant always gets the last word. And so, you know, after the staff presents the conditions, it would be appropriate to then have the applicant speak to those, and that be the conclusion of the public hearing portion, and then the board can discuss the matter.
Mr. Vargo. There we go.
For the record, before I start with the conditions, I want to let you know that we sent out 369 mailers for this hearing, for this application. And as of this morning, at 8:15 a.m., we received 21 new emails concerning a lot of the same issues that we heard here: traffic, compatibility in regards to density and 4-story building heights and the like. And with that, I'll start reading the conditions of approval. So we've crossed out the existing A and B for Area W, which again is the golf course. We've added A, permitted uses. 1, single-family residential uses on tracks 1, 5, 6, and 7. Multifamily residential uses on tracks 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, and 11, and a future development tract for track 9. B, maximum intensity of use. The maximum intensity of use for each development tract shall be as follows. 1, single-family detached residential uses, which are, again, our tracks 1, 5, 6, and 7. Tract 1, 14 single-family dwelling units. Tract 5, 14 single-family dwelling units. Tract 6, 12 single-family dwelling units. And Tract 7, 20 single-family dwelling units. On to the multifamily residential uses, which are tracks 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, and 11. Tract 2, 260 multifamily dwelling units. Tract 3, 154 multifamily dwelling units. And we've combined tracks 4, 10, and 11 for 540 multifamily dwelling units. And tract 8, 194 multifamily dwelling units, with a footnote that's subject to the provision of adequate parking at the time of site plan review for tract 8. C, development standards. 1, single-family residential uses. A, tract 1 in accordance with the RA3/SNH, which stands for Suburban Neighborhood Context Subdistrict, except as follows. 1, minimum lot width 90 feet. 2, minimum lot area 10,000 square feet. 3, minimum front setback 25 feet. 4, minimum street side setback 15 feet. 5, minimum side setback 7.5 feet. And 6, minimum rear yard setback 25 feet. And I think Matt mentioned that mirrors the PUD setbacks and regulations for the existing single family along Heather Point Drive. B, tracks 5, 6, and 7 in accordance with the RA3/Suburban Neighborhood Context Subdistrict, except as follows. 1, minimum lot width 60 feet. 2, minimum lot area 7,500 square feet. 3, minimum front setback 25 feet. 4, minimum street side setback 15 feet, 5, minimum side setback 7.5 feet, 6, minimum rear yard setback 25 feet. Again, those mirror the adjacent single-family regulations through the PUD. 2, multifamily residential uses in accordance with the MF-12/suburban neighborhood context subdistrict, except as follows. A, minimum setbacks. 1, from property lines of adjacent multifamily uses, 25 feet. 2, minimum internal setback between buildings, 15 feet. B, maximum building height, 4 stories, and there is another footnote that says 4-story buildings shall be limited to the specific buildings listed in the site data table and the location shown on the master site plan, Exhibit W-3, and the site data table and phasing plan, Exhibit W-7. All other multifamily buildings shall be limited to a maximum height of 3 stories. C, architectural design. At least 75% of the units above the first floor of each building shall have a balcony. Multifamily buildings shall reference the architectural elements of existing multifamily uses located within the Carpenter's Way PUD, including, but not limited to, roof type, finishing materials, and paint colors used. D, site development plan. The site shall be developed in accordance with the proposed site development plan as included as Exhibit W-3 and the site data table and phasing plan included as Exhibit W-7. With the approval of the Director of Community and Economic Development, minor alterations may be made at the time of site plan review without requiring a modification to the PUD zoning. E, landscaping and buffering. In accordance with Section 4.5 of the Land Development Code, the landscape buffer plan, Exhibit W-4A, and typical buffer details, Exhibit W-4B. In addition to the buffering shown on the landscape buffer plan, a Type D buffer, as shown in Exhibit W-4B, shall be installed and maintained adjacent to the north and west boundaries of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America Cemetery. F, access. 1, access from the development tracks onto Carpenter's Way shall be limited to the intersections illustrated in Exhibit W-3. 2, access improvements on Carpenter's Way at street or driveway connections to the development tracks, such as turning lanes, shall be constructed in accordance with the standards and specifications of the Florida Department of Transportation and city as appropriate and determined during the permitting process. The cost of such improvements shall be the responsibility of the applicant. 3, all roads within the development shall be constructed in accordance with City of Lakeland standards. 4, access to the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America Cemetery shall be formalized through a recorded agreement. If such agreement already exists, a copy of the agreement shall be provided prior to the issuance of the first building permit for the development. G, civic open space and recreational amenities. 1, a development-wide paved multi-use trail system shall be constructed as illustrated in Exhibits W-5B, W-6A, W-6B, and W-6D. 2, tracks 2, 3, and 8 shall have their own amenity center with a clubhouse, swimming pool, and other recreational facilities. 3, tracks 4, 10, and 11 shall have a master amenity center consisting of a clubhouse, swimming pool, and other recreational facilities that is shared by the residents of all 3 tracts. H, off-street parking. Off-street parking shall be provided in accordance with Section 4.11 and Table 4.11-1 of the Land Development Code. If the minimum amount of parking cannot be provided for a specific development tract, the maximum number of multifamily dwelling units shall be reduced to align with the amount of parking provided. I, signage in accordance with Section 4.9 of the Land Development Code. J, outdoor lighting. Except for city-approved streetlights within rights-of-way, all outdoor lighting fixtures shall be of the fully shielded type such that the light emitting, distributing, reflecting, and refracting components of the light fixture, the lamp, lens, reflective surfaces, etc., shall not extend beyond the opaque housing of the fixture. K, stormwater ponds. Stormwater ponds shall be designed as water features with a natural appearance and shape. The use of fencing shall be minimized, but in the event fencing is required, fence materials used shall consist of either black or green vinyl chain link or decorative metal picket fencing. Any landscaping shall be located on the outside of such fencing. L, transportation. Chuck, is this where you have a couple of amendments?
Yes.
Here, I think I have a.
So the changes, get back to the mic here. So the changes that we discussed this morning primarily related to the timing of the development agreement, which we're in agreement that that will need to be executed prior to the first site plan or plat submittal. I think where the confusion kind of arose was related to the right-of-way dedication and the construction primarily of the Wedgwood Estates Carpenter's Way roundabout, because since that subcondition was nested within the overall L1, it made that appear that the construction also had to occur prior to site plan and plat submittal. So the language that was developed by Mr. Allen and I've reviewed and agreed to is just essentially, and I'll just read it to make sure we're all clear, that for section L, transportation, number 1, prior to the first site plan or preliminary plat submittal, the developer and city shall execute and record in the official records of Polk County Clerk of Courts a development agreement which addresses the timing and implementation of the following specific transportation concurrency mitigation requirements. A, right-of-way dedication to the City of Lakeland to accommodate the Lakeland Park Drive extension south of Carpenter's Way. The dedicated right-of-way and design shall minimize impacts to an existing gas transmission line and accommodate necessary stormwater treatment facilities for this future roadway or shared facilities for the roadway and adjacent development. B, right-of-way dedication and construction of a roundabout at the Carpenter's Way, Wedgwood Estates Boulevard, Heather Point Drive intersection, including the realignment of Wedgwood Estates Boulevard to align with Heather Point Drive is generally illustrated in Exhibit W-5A. And then C, installation of a transit shelter and bus bay on Lakeland Park Drive at the entrance to tracks 3A, 3B to serve the realignment of the Citrus Connections Pink Line, which is anticipated to occur once the apartment development phases commence. So the intent here is just to clarify the timing of the development agreement, and then through the development agreement, we would get into the specifics of the timing of the specific concurrency mitigation measures listed in A, B, and C.
Okay, and you ended with C, so then following with number 2, a major update to the Wedgwood redevelopment traffic impact study dated March 2022 shall be conducted for all remaining project phases for which a building permit has not been requested by September 1st, 2027. 3, bicycle pedestrian infrastructure. A, an integrated multi-use trail network shall be implemented throughout the proposed development area as depicted in Exhibits W-5A and W-5B. The appropriate cross-sections for each trail and street type shall be included with site plan and subdivision construction plan submittals for the applicable project phases. Raised crosswalks shall be installed at each location where this trail network crosses Carpenter's Way. B, concurrent with the construction of the Carpenter's Way / Wedgwood Estates Boulevard, Heather Point Drive roundabout, a sidewalk shall be constructed along the south side of Carpenter's Way to the eastern terminus of the existing frontage sidewalk at Douglas Cook Park. C, ADA compliant sidewalk routes shall be constructed between each principal multifamily residential building and amenity to the planned trail network and existing frontage sidewalks on the adjacent street network. D, bicycle parking for each multifamily residential building and amenity shall be provided in compliance with Section 4.11.6 of the Land Development Code with designs in compliance with Index 900 of the City Engineering Standards Manual. 4, prior to the first certificate of occupancy for Track 2, a roadway stub-out shall be constructed to the eastern site boundary in support of a future roadway connection to Artiva Drive. 5, current and future developers within this area of the PUD shall work with the city to support its efforts to locate a high-speed rail such as Brightline stop in its vicinity. Yeah. That's it.
And that last item is something that, it's very aspirational, but the intent is that somewhere within the Lakeland area, we would try to gain at least at some point in the future, a stop for the Brightline high-speed rail service. We've been, at least at this point, over the past probably 10 years or so, trying to look at somewhere in the vicinity of Cathian Road, US 98, or out by Florida Poly as potential candidate locations, and having, having developers and private interests support our efforts we believe will be helpful. And so that's why we wanted this language in here, was just to make sure that we were all on the same page of trying to encourage that type of infrastructure in the city.
Any other comments from the board? Okay.
Just one question about the traffic, just because reading through these got me thinking about it again. In the event there are turn lane needs along Carpenter's Way, and there's no right-of-way to develop them, would it be on the developer to then procure the needed right-of-way, or donate the needed right-of-way, or what would be the intent?
I think it could work out a couple of different ways. The first is if the developer owns the right-of-way, then the developer would need to convey the right-of-way to support the turn lane construction at their driveway connections. If they do not own the right-of-way, then we would need to take a look at, and this is probably where we start getting into minor modification territory for the PUD, of alternative means of ingress-egress to be able to serve the site adequately, understanding that there may be some pinch points, where turn lanes may not be either able to be constructed or actually desirable. I know one area that we've been looking at particularly is around the arch as well, is that we can't get too close to the arch over Carpenter's Way, because that does provide a clear constraint in terms of what we can construct. So those are things that we would want to get into more detail on at the permitting stage, but at this point, we don't see that as a significant issue, but certainly one that we're going to be cognizant of in the next phase, should this be approved.
Traffic, we're going from a golf course to a community, and a golf course isn't going to generate the number of trips, obviously, that a community will.
Exactly. And that's why, I just wanted to bring that up in one of our initial slides, is that from a zoning standpoint, what exists today is an 18-hole golf course. It would generate about 550 daily trips. The proposed development program, as proposed now, or as proposed previously, was 6,500 daily trips. And so there was definitely a significant increase. So that's where the roundabout at Wedgewood and Carpenter's Way is extremely helpful, and getting the right-of-way, at least for Lakeland Park Drive extension, provides another parallel route that takes the pressure off of Carpenter's Way in that area between Lakeland Park Drive and Wedgewood Estates Boulevard. So that's where incrementally trying to get those bits of the puzzle together, as well as the transit infrastructure, getting the routes realigned, those types of things, we believe is appropriate in mitigating project traffic of something of this scale. Ultimately, apartments don't generate the same amount of traffic as a single-family detached dwelling unit, but the volume of apartments, that's where getting into the mitigation package, we wanted to make sure we had our bases covered for the road as well as the transit and the pedestrian connectivity.
Anybody else? Now, I'll ask you, Chair, should we take a vote of the committee first, whether we even want to do a consideration of the final decision, or go ahead and take the vote from the board?
I think, as I stated, it's always customary to give the applicant the final word, because they have the burden of proof. So just as a due process matter, we always give them the last word before the board starts making motions.
Okay.
I would ask that the applicant address the question of continuance in their closing statement, and then the board can take that into consideration once we're discussing if that is the desire of the board to postpone this.
Okay.
For the record, we are, excuse me, a little talking too much today. We would propose to not have a continuance based on the last few concessions that have been made related to the conditions of approval. We would propose to have a vote this morning or afternoon, as the case may be. And I have basically two changes potentially to this to 2C and 2D. Going to a two-story building on building 10E reduces the multifamily units within tract 10 by 10 dwelling units, so that would be accurate at 530 multifamily dwelling units and not 540. Likewise, on tract 8, by the concession to go to 3-story buildings in lieu of 4-story buildings, that changes the count to 144 on tract 8. So 2C should be 530, 2D should be 144, and then likewise on the next set, keep going, right there. The starred asterisk there, it says 4-story buildings shall be limited to the ones on the site plan, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I would suggest rather than saying 4-story shall be limited to these specific buildings, just say multifamily building height shall be limited to the specific building shown on W3 and W7, rather than us trying to say, okay, well, all of these are 4-story except for these, and oh, by the way, 10E is also now 2-story. So we will be updating Exhibit W3 and W7. I can't do that magically today, but I would suggest we modify that language slightly, just to say multifamily building shall be limited to specific building heights listed in the site data table and the locations shown on the master site plan. So outside of that, I'm fully agreeable to all the conditions of approval. We would request a vote today on this matter. We feel like we've taken up enough of your time as well as the community's time on this, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
And real quick too, for clarification, and I'll ask Mr. Simpson, do we need separate actions on the land use versus the zoning? Because there are two actions that we really need to take as part of this item.
That'd be my preference, and I can clarify that the standard of review for a comprehensive plan amendment is a different standard than what would be applied to the application of zoning. So when a court is looking at your or the city's decision to amend its comprehensive plan, the court applies what's called a fairly debatable standard. So it's a lot more deferential. The court's going to say if any reasonable opinion can differ on a comp plan amendment, then the court will defer to the city. So there's a lot more flexibility on how this board and the city commission ultimately chooses to amend the comp plan. So that's from going from residential low to residential medium and those sorts of changes. There's a lot more deference. When it comes to the application of zoning, that is different. It's considered a quasi-judicial action, and that's when the board needs substantial competent evidence. You've got to follow the due process and all the requirements of the code and that sort of thing. So it's less deferential, but because of the difference in the standard of review, I would recommend there be two separate motions. First to adopt the land use changes and then to apply the zoning. But if the inclination is to adopt the staff recommendation, then that's all kind of built into what the staff is recommending along with those conditions. It's only going to really become an issue if the board is not inclined to adopt the staff recommendation. If the board is inclined to take a different route, then there will need to be separate motions. There'll need to be motions to deny, and whoever makes the motion will need to state the basis of the denial.
So our kind of first action would be to see if the board wishes to accept the staff's recommendation with the conditions they've imposed.
Right, because when the staff, and they're professional, that this meets the code, or whether or not certain conditions will make it meet the code. That's what they're recommending is approval with these conditions. The applicant has agreed to the conditions with some modification, If the board is inclined to accept all that, it's as simple as a motion to approve per the staff recommendation, and that would be inclusive of those, both the land use and the zoning. Now, if the board doesn't accept the staff recommendation, then it's a little bit different, because the staff is providing you with all of the support and the basis of their decision in their staff report. If the board's not going to adopt that, then the board needs to essentially state its own basis for its own action, which would be presumably a denial at that point. But we can talk through it, but I think the first step is to see if the board is inclined to adopt the staff recommendation.
And is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation?
I make a motion that we accept this proposal with the staff recommendations, including the ones that we had discussed with the developer and changing heights and so forth.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Your second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Do we do a roll call?
If there's not a unanimous vote, then there does need to be a roll call vote. So if you could call the vote again, starting from this side.
In favor?
I am opposed. Do I need to give a reason?
No, you don't need to state a reason.
I'm opposed.
In favor?
Opposed?
Opposed.
In favor?
So the motion failed with 4 voting against and 2 voting for. So that means that the floor is open for more motions. I'll just state a few things then. Since the applicant has requested an up or down vote, they don't want a continuance. They are entitled to get that up or down vote today. Let me just pull up the code really quick for reference here. It's Article 7 is the section of the Land Development Code that governs the planned unit development standards. And Section 7.3.1.3, it says that upon review of the application, the Planning and Zoning Board shall, and then it gives the 3 options that the Planning and Zoning Board has. The first is to recommend enactment of the PUD zoning if it is determined that it will conform with the criteria of the code. The second option is to recommend enactment of the PUD subject to conditions if it determines that conditions are required to conform to the code and the applicant accepts the conditions. Or 3, the third option is to deny the request if the board determines that the request does not conform to the criteria in the code, or that the applicant does not accept conditions that would be required to result in conformity with the criteria. So the board has not adopted the staff recommendation. It's now on the board to either adopt with different conditions that would result in conformity, or to simply deny the request. If the board is inclined to deny the request, then whoever makes the motion will need to state the basis for the denial. And I'll just highlight a couple of code provisions that have been raised through the public comment today on that regard. The first code section is 7.2.1.2 compatibility. What that code section says is that the density and the intensity of the development must exist in harmony with the surrounding uses. And so that's how we define compatibility in our code. Compatibility is also defined in state statute as land uses or conditions that coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use. So that's the definition of compatibility. So that's a requirement of the PUD zoning. It has to be compatible. Another issue that has been raised today is regarding traffic. The PUD code section is 7.2.1.6, adequate public facilities in place, and that essentially states that there needs to be adequate infrastructure to accommodate whatever the proposed development is. And then another issue that's been raised is about the maintenance of the common areas. That requirement is found in 7.2.1.7. And what that requirement states is that there has to be an adequate maintenance plan for all of the common areas. So those are the three code sections that I think have been highlighted today by the comments. And it would now be on the maker of the motion to move this process forward. Sorry, I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, but we do, as a requirement of the state law, we do have to state a basis for denial if that is the end outcome of this process.
Because we have separated this, is it better to then vote on the initial portion and then come back to this?
Yes, I think it'd be appropriate if your inclination is to move to deny. I think it would be first appropriate to start with the land use portion. I don't know that we can cleanly cut it out, though. Chuck, I mean,
I think it becomes an issue. I mean, in my mind, you can decouple land use and zoning. I mean, if the overall land use intensities and densities are acceptable relative to what's already in place today, that can certainly have a different end result than if it's something related to the form and the specific layout of what is shown in the PUD document. So to me, land use and zoning at this point could be very different in terms of a decision if the issue is really based on issues like building height or buffers or access points specifically, because that's something that's in much greater detail than what we're talking about at a land use stage.
And going back to my pet, I guess, what about the traffic issue? It's not really resolved. Can that be included in that initial motion?
I would say in terms of, that's probably more of a PUD type issue. I mean, the land use issues, what we're seeing here is that the request generates less traffic than what's already allowed from a land use perspective. The difference in the increase is going from a golf course to 1,206 or 1,206 minus 60 multifamily units. So to me, the land use doesn't have the same traffic concern or the same traffic issue because it generates less traffic than what's allowed today. That is an issue that we're hearing on the zoning side, and that's the golf course to the development program that's being presented. So again, I think that the land use and the zoning could be separated out and have different votes, frankly. I know that with the zoning too, it sounds like that there are some comments or concerns about specific aspects of the development program where it doesn't seem like that there's that same level of concern related to the generic land uses that we're talking about. So that's just kind of my two cents worth and how they're different in this instance.
So it require two different motions. Okay.
Well, let me also mention the effect of the denial. The code states that when this board denies an application, that decision is final unless the applicant invokes the appeals process to the city commission within 30 days of the rendering of the decision. The rendering of the decision would be made by myself. Once the board makes whatever the motion may be, I will then take that motion, put it into writing, and provide it to the applicant. Upon that time, it would trigger 30 days. They would have to essentially invoke our appeal process, which would take it to the city commission. And the city commission has authority to essentially overrule the board, but it's limited in how the commission reviews these denials. They have to essentially find some kind of procedural error, or if they've determined that some of the conditions or the basis of the denial was not properly supported by the city's code, then the commission could essentially overrule this board and come to a different decision. The other alternative would be that the applicant could try to address the reasons for denial and amend their site plan and essentially come back in front of this board with an amended request. And the bylaws of the board essentially say that you cannot reconsider something within 12 months that's substantially similar. And then so it kind of becomes a determination of have they changed the application enough to get reconsideration within that 12-month time frame. And the bylaws basically say that a 5 out of 7 vote would be required in order, if it's essentially the same application, to reconsider it. I don't know if that was, I'm getting a lot of confused looks, so I'm not sure if I confused you more or
So I know we've taken one vote at this point. Is there an opportunity for the applicant to say, I will consider an extension at this point, or do we have to keep going?
Or maybe my question, can we stipulate which tracks we want to change the zoning for? Can we do that? Because the only,
the more information that you can provide as part of your motion to deny, I think the better, because that's what both is going to inform the applicant on whether or not they want to amend their plan and come back to this board, or whether or not they want to invoke the appeal and go straight to the commission and take their issue there. So the more information, the better. As far as whether or not they're amenable to a continuance, now that it's clear that the board's not going to adopt this staff recommendation, that's the discretion of the chair, whether or not you want to open up for more comment.
And coming back around full circle on the land use, the trip reduction was tied to the PUD. So I think really ultimately, the more I think about it, we really need the land use and the zoning to go concurrently with each other. Which comes back to any specific issues related to the zoning that need to be addressed, and I'll...
Well, if you're talking about the traffic situation, I don't know what powers the developer would have. They can't change what that's almost a city or a state function. I would think they can't change what the traffic patterns are going to be and the traffic issues. They can't go and build a road, let me put it to you that way.
With Lakeland Park Drive, that's a city facility. So I mean, certainly the city has more control over that, but there's funding issues. I mean, the right of way is a big step, but there are funding issues related to design and construction, and that takes a long time to work through those processes aside from the funding. The signal timing issue for US 98 to make those other intersections operate better than they do today, that's really something where it's going to take additional coordination with DOT, and that's not an overnight process either.
correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there, I mean, don't we have to have we can't say, well, the traffic's going to be too heavy without, that's not really a relevant thing, is it, when it comes to appeals and so forth?
Well, I think what you're thinking about is something that you've heard quite a bit over your time on the board, is that when you're acting in the quasi-judicial capacity, you can only base your decision on substantial competent evidence. That's a term of art in the law, and the way that the courts have applied that term is that if somebody is going to speak about traffic as being an issue in the form of an opinion, then that person needs to have some type of expertise or qualification in order to inform that opinion. But citizens are people that without any credentials whatsoever can speak to facts, things that they have personal knowledge of. But once they start going beyond their personal knowledge and they start speculating or talking in the form of an opinion, a court is going to want to see that they have some credential or experience that makes them credible. That comes up a lot with traffic because people will speculate on what the impacts of traffic will be, and they won't also say, I'm a traffic engineer or I have expertise in transportation or something like that. If the board was to then adopt that person's statements, then I would have trouble defending that in court because the judge is going to want to see what that person's credentials are in order to be able to testify in the form of an opinion.
Okay, but now, in all of your studies, you being the expert, when all of your studies, maybe I misunderstood what was actually in the recommendations that you made as far as traffic goes.
In terms of the staff recommendation, I'm comfortable that the transportation conditions that are included in the draft PUD language with the modified language we talked about today meets the comprehensive plan level of service requirements, and particularly related to a proportionate share or a fair share burden that the project would have to address existing operational or level of service deficiencies in the area. I think that the level of service deficiencies as that were analyzed are mitigated somewhat related to a signal retiming along US 98. But I think that there is and that's why kind of my opening statement, I talked about the difference between congestion and a level of service failure. I think everybody understands that the roadways out there are congested, but do they fail from a level of service standpoint? And I believe that with the mitigation package that's presented for the zoning, plus the fact that there is going to be a separate development agreement that will get to the specific timing and implementation aspects that are key to making the entire mitigation package work, that it still meets the comprehensive plan and our land development code requirements because of the location of the project and the mitigation package that's been presented.
Okay, and as far as compatibility, we're talking about building apartment complexes next to an apartment complex. So, and at the other side of Carpenter's Way, we're talking about building single-family homes with the same size lots, essentially the same size lots as that are existing. So I guess what I'm asking, if we turn this down, what leg do you have to stand on if it becomes litigated?
Well, it's not my role to advocate for one way or the other. My role is to whatever the outcome, wherever it ends up, then my responsibility is to defend that wherever it lands in legal process. But just to repeat, I guess what I said earlier is I referenced a few code sections that I believe have been triggered by some of the comments that have been made, and it's the role of the board members to then decide which of those issues is sufficient enough to become the basis for a denial if that's the inclination of the board.
So, Chuck, from an infrastructure standpoint, PUD is a little unique, right? So
Yes.
we've got a site plan identified, we know where our buildings are gonna go, but we don't have a complete traffic study. And we got a traffic study from the sense of generated trips and things of that nature, but from turn lanes and things of that nature, we just don't know, right?
Correct. That's time of permitting.
Right. So I know it's tough to not do that stuff early on because you're getting way out ahead of yourself, but in some cases it may have a big impact and we'll have to come back to this board if there were to be a modification. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, depending on how substantial that modification is, it would could come back at least as a minor modification.
And we will do, if the pleasure of the board, if the concern is traffic and how.
Talk a little bit louder, I'm sorry.
Sir?
Talk a little bit louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. If the issue is access specific to the project and driveways and whether or not we need to put in a right turn or whatever that improvement may be, if that is the concern, we will be happy to go do a continuance. We will be happy to go I will ask my engineer to evaluate what those issues look like. We can do that analysis and come back to you and show you if that helps this board get comfortable with the fact that the traffic operations on site will function. We'll also look at a couple other things that we've heard here today related to site planning, and may evaluate those as well. But if that's the issue, then yes, we are absolutely okay with a continuance today, and we can hopefully be back next month.
Go ahead.
Am I allowed to say
Go ahead.
anything? So, yeah, for me, the only thing I have an issue with is that track 10. So the whole, everything else is fine. The traffic roundabout, it's great. It's just that area right there, you're trying to sandwich in those tall buildings in between those established areas is the
And
problem.
we agreed to limit it,
Density.
we've already agreed to limit that to 2-story, which is the same building height as Fairfield and Sandwich on 10E.
On
So-
one building, not all the buildings, correct?
Correct, because the other ones are pushed to the other side of the property. Well, we'll evaluate all those issues. We'll go look at the traffic concern as it related to
Well,
access.
and in all honesty, the traffic concern is something that you're going to be I think you can be very limited in being able to do anything one way or the other. It's in a lot of it is not even in the hands of the city. A lot of
Oh, what I'm talking about is specific ingress egress onto the
Yeah,
site,
okay.
design, right turns
okay.
into the site.
And that's something where I think that we can work together on an analysis that would give us an indication on whether turn lanes would be needed and how they would fit. And, I mean, that's something that we can certainly work together on.
So, if we
Continue.
you say you're willing to look at the traffic issue, you're willing to look at your issue as far as the
I've
heights
got
of
a
buildings.
couple other
Yeah,
things,
well,
too.
okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
If you're gonna come back, I just wanna make sure you come back with
I
addressing
totally
all the
agree. I don't
concerns,
wanna-
so.
One more time.
Yeah. The maintenance plan, I think Jared touched on it a little bit. That was one of my questions up front. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what the path is forward. Again, something that could probably be figured out in the long run, but this is a substantial change. I just want to make sure everyone understands what's going on.
Reasonable.
I specifically came out about Tract 8. Y'all made some concessions on that. I have similar concerns in Tract 2. Again, understanding what you're trying to do there, but similar exists there. So
I got it.
those three are the ones that I had was traffic, maintenance, and Tract 2.
We'll be happy to look at those.
And what is our procedure?
Somebody makes
Well,
a motion for continuance?
If that's, yes, and I would just add one point of clarification on that is that, for the benefit of the public that is here, whether or not that there's going to be another round of public comment, if there are minimal changes to the plan, and the changes are all decreases in density and things of that nature, then I'm not sure that merits opening up a whole other round of public comment, but it's the discretion of the board to decide that, and I think being that the public is here, they should be given the benefit of knowing whether or not they're going to have another round of public comments and at the next hearing. So I just submit that point for discussion.
We would be fine with additional public comment next time. That is a matter of due process. That's an important part of this process in my mind. I didn't even ask my client, but we would be happy to just go ahead and say we'll do additional public comment when it comes back.
You would be willing to? I think
100%.
Can we put a caveat in there? We know what the items have been discussed already, so it's.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think you always have that discretion as the chair, the presiding officer, if you feel that a public commenter is being redundant or saying something that's already been heard, that's perfectly within your role to move them along, or to try to get them to speak to some of the other issues that they have.
Will you be meeting with the current residents prior to?
We'll be happy to do that. We'll communicate with them. We've met with them before. I would try very hard to avoid another 4 months of work. But as it will take us a little bit of time to actually do the analysis of the intersections. And then we'll meet with them as well to hear any additional feedback. Yes.
Mr. Allen, are you're agreeable to 1 month continuance, or you?
I'm always agreeable to a 1 month continuance.
Okay. Is
We need
there?
a motion for that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
motion to continue this item until next month.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
We don't have to get rid of the other motion. Denied it? We have to get rid of that motion?
There was only one previous motion that did not, that was voted on and it didn't get enough votes. So it died at that point, and then I don't recall another motion in between there. Okay.
So just so you know, our folks at Community Economic Development have provided lunch. It's in the break room. So if y'all want to partake in the, and however you want to handle that, there is lunch available, Black and Brew delivery.
Are you suggesting a recess now for lunch, or are we saying that after? Because we do have one
We've
more.
got one. We do have one more.
We have two more items, but one more significant one, right?
Yeah, and is that going to take a while?
And are we voting on it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right?
We got to approve minutes, right?
It doesn't say, consideration of final decision.
It's general meeting,
So it's up
though.
to,
You
it's
vote
up to
on
the
that
board's
one.
Meeting.
It's up to the board's discretion on how y'all want to handle that.
Can we get lunch and bring it back here?
You want to hear from or what's the pleasure? Would you
I was
like a
just-
recess, or?
Well, I was just wondering if we could do a quick recess, get lunch, bring it back here and continue the meeting.
Yeah, we
while
really can't.
do a working lunch.
Shouldn't be eating in here.
Yeah.
Not-
Gotta eat in there.
Can we just have a bathroom break? Can we do that?
It's either the chair can call a recess, or someone can make a motion and vote on it. That's the
5-minute recess.
process.
What do we have left?
We have a major modification of a PUD, and then we have a plat approval.
The plat approval is easy.
I just had it a minute ago.
10-minute recess.
Item 6 is the other one that may take some time.
Okay.
10-minute recess.
Just,
My apologies, sir.
Okay, well, do you want to read them? Man?
I move that we take a 10-minute recess.
I would say 20 minutes. I mean, that's,
Okay. Yes.
I may not,
That's the problem I have too.
yeah, I've got to place somewhere to go.
I'm just kind of hangry and that's the issue.
So a 20-minute recess is what the motion's on the table?
But I don't have time for a 20-minute recess.
How about a 10? 10 is on the table.
10's fine too, I gotta go to bed.
10's fine.
That's good.
I don't care about eating, I just have to go to bed.
All right, I move for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
folks, but we're good?
We're good? All right.
I gotta see if one more second, so I don't have to call it. I'm gonna turn it over to Robert. All right, Robert? No, I'm sorry.
No problem. Item 5, review minutes of the August meeting.
They look good to me.
Good, me too.
I didn't have any changes.
No, I didn't.
Entertain a motion.
All right,
Motion.
can we, motion to approve the minutes from the August meeting?
Second?
All in favor?
Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Item 6, major modification of plan unit development zoning to increase the maximum number of multifamily dwelling units allowed from 152 to 288. Increase the maximum allowable building height from 2 stories to 3 stories, and adopt a site plan for a new multifamily development project on 26.8 acres, generally located south of Polk Parkway, east of Hardin Boulevard, and west of the Villas 3, 1020 Parkway, Frontage Road South. Owner GG3 Investments LC, applicant Nick Everly, Hill Point LLC. And note, this is continued from a previous meeting.
Yes, sir. Hey, good afternoon. My name is Philip Scarce, again, Principal Planner with Community Economic Development. As Mr. Roberts stated, this is a continuation from that April 19th, 2022 meeting. Just like the previous Pipkin Yates case was, the only difference is that there wasn't a significant change in the site plan. There's some minor changes, but nothing significant to have another public hearing. So we're back with you with a recommendation today. Just to refresh your memory, this is the site here at 1020 Parkway Frontage Road. There's the site here, Polk Parkway, and to the north of that, if you go west, you'll have the Target over there, and so we're right here, closer to South Florida Avenue. This is the Villas 3 residential development here, and again, it's Polk Parkway, and then Lockheed Martin's located here, which is going to be a key piece in our recommendation as we move forward. So this is the plan we have before you today. The subject property consists of approximately 26.8 acres located south of Polk Parkway, east of Hardin Boulevard, and west of Old 37. The subject property contains 6.88 acres of wetlands and 19.9 acres of developable uplands. The future land use designation is residential medium, which allows up to 12 dwelling units per acre. The bulk of the property, approximately 24.3 acres, has a PUD zoning, and there's a small portion of office that is where the pond is undeveloped. That 01 portion doesn't come into play here, but it is part of the property. Under the current PUD, dwelling units may either be freestanding or attached villa-type townhomes, residential structures, or conventional multifamily dwelling units. Again, we know the maximum number of dwelling units allowed today is 152. The applicant is requesting to increase that to 288. The development consists of 9 3-story apartment buildings with associated amenities, a clubhouse, and recreational facilities. In accordance with the comprehensive plan, the residential future land use designation, as I mentioned, allows densities up to 5 to 12 units per acre, with a total of 288 units. They are at approximately 10.7 dwelling units per acre, which is below the maximum of 12, which the residential medium allows. Just to go over some points of this site plan, and we have an entrance feature here, which I'm going to get into more detail. One of the things that this has been continued, as I stated in the previous meetings, that they've been working very hard with FDOT and the adjacent property owner, Lockheed Martin, to secure a better access point. I'm going to get into that detail here in a few minutes. But at the April 19th, 22 meeting, the residents of the Villas 3 expressed concerns about the loss of open space compatibility with the existing residential character and traffic safety along Old 37. To address the compatibility concerns, the buildings were oriented further away from the eastern property line. So we have a minimum of 119 and a maximum of 197 feet, which those buildings have been placed further away from the residential structures that are located here. And the amenity center and the clubhouse is located on the opposite side of the development, so there's no noise associated with the pools and clubhouse and all the things that are associated with it here. So they won't be disturbing anybody here except for the people that are working in the Lockheed Martin office building, which are working, so they don't need to, they can be looking over the fence and seeing, everybody having a good time in the pool. To further mitigate the impacts, the adjacent residential uses, the applicant has agreed to construct a enhanced 20-foot wide buffer along this property line, which consists of a 6-foot-tall fence with evergreen trees and shrubs. Large canopy trees along the eastern property line shall be, existing trees shall be utilized within that buffer if at all possible. We've been trying to encourage there's a good tree line there that exists there. So that's what the applicant has done to try to mitigate those impacts adjacent to the residential uses. We have very limited, just this small area right here where parking is adjacent to this single-family homes here, but those will be buffered adequately with the conditions that I'll go in. And in this area here, this is adjacent to their little clubhouse and amenity center as well. This is right there. The initial site plan presented at the April hearing showed a new driveway, located approximately 50 feet east of an existing driveway, which serves the Lockheed Martin office complex. The proposed new driveway did not meet FDOT standards and separation requirements, and that's what resulted in this 4-month delay. To resolve the issue, the driveway separation issue, the applicant has been working with FDOT and Lockheed Martin to secure a better entrance. So they've, as you see, they're going to close off this entrance point. We're going to have a right turn lane into the site, and there will be a cross access point with Lockheed Martin here. So we'll have a boulevard entrance coming into the site, which would allow fire trucks to come in and out, given the chance of emergency if one of these is blocked. So we have a good boulevard entrance. We have connectivity with Lockheed, and then we have FDOT's criteria of this right-hand turn lane on Parkway Frontage Road turning into the site. Other issues that may be brought to, we talked earlier about school concurrency. The Polk County School Board has evaluated the rezoning request and has determined that Southwest zoned for Southwest Elementary and Carlton Palmore adjacent, both have capacity. Southwest Middle, or Sleepy Hill zoned and Southwest Middle adjacent schools have capacity as well. And George Jenkins High School, which is at Zone 4, it does have the capacity to serve the proposed development. Prior to the commercial site plan, the applicant will be required to do a binding concurrency application. And getting in a little bit more into the details, this is the buffer detail that's going to be presented as an attachment in the conditions. So this will be a attachment along with the site plan. Separate. It was part of the site plan, but we took it out and made its own attachment to make it very clear that they will need to do this buffer. And just to remind you, this is what the elevations that were presented by the applicant last time. There's just one slide here. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chuck and let him talk about the transportation analysis and conditions.
All right, well, thanks, Philip. And just real quick, the transportation analysis conducted by Kim & Horn Associates was submitted back on May 9th. A little over 1,900 daily trips generated by the development, 112 during the AM peak and 144 during the PM peak. The updated traffic analysis does include vested traffic remaining vested traffic from the overage development and regional impact, which is right next door. So it's definitely a conservative analysis, and the big issue that we ran into that Philip touched on was just the lack of sufficient frontage along South Parkway Frontage Road to be able to meet separation relative to the Lockheed Martin driveway and the turn lane that was identified through the analysis. So the next slide.
Sorry. Sorry, Joe.
No problem. So, there's the area that we really ended up focusing on was the South Parkway frontage and North Parkway frontage intersections at Hardin Boulevard. The South Parkway frontage intersection operated at level of service F because of, I want to say, an erroneous implementation of a plan to, in essence, give us a triple left. Because right now, or previously, you had dual lefts, 2 through lanes, and a right. Well, when it was restriped and the signals were modified, it was 3 dedicated lefts, 1 through, 1 right. So as you might imagine, the delay all of a sudden increased substantially with that 1 through movement. So the city traffic operations team has been working with DOT to put it back to what it was supposed to have been, which was 2 lefts, a shared left through, another through, and then a right. So that would help the situation here dramatically, and so we believe that would satisfy the operational issues, concurrency issues that were identified through the traffic study. The westbound approach to Hardin North Parkway frontage, the overall intersection operates at E, but there is a problem with the westbound direction at the intersection, and so we do have a condition later on that requires a signal timing evaluation and readjustments and working with DOT to address that issue. So it's not a concurrency issue, it's an operational issue, and so we've got a condition to work that out as the project moves forward. When our traffic operations division took a look at the crashes on eastbound South Parkway frontage approaching the old 37 curve, what they found is that it wasn't anything, certainly the crashes aren't an issue that would be exacerbated by this development. Had a couple of daytime rear end collisions. There was 1 diabetic episode, and frankly, a few alcohol related crashes happening in the overnight hours. And so because of the safety issue presented by the alcohol-related crashes, the city will be installing an LED lit sign approaching the curve from the west, which would better alert somebody who's impaired that there's a curve coming to pay attention and take it seriously. So that's something that would address that issue. And then a transit shelter will be required along the site frontage to serve the Citrus Connections Coral line, which is a modification of an existing line in this area that becomes effective October 3rd. So this site will have transit access, which the Coral line runs from Southwest Lakeland up to the Walmart on Florida Avenue. So there's a good connection there.
All right.
And so we're ready to go into conditions.
Yeah, get the recommendation and the conditions here. So it's recommended the request for a major modification of the PUD. Attachment G of the ordinance 3440 as described as exhibits A, B, C, and D be approved subject to the following conditions. And so we have maximum development intensity, 12 dwelling units per acre. Permitted uses, multifamily residential with customary accessory uses such as leasing office, clubhouse, swimming pools, and other facilities. The number of units will go from 152 to 288. The development standards in accordance with the MF12 suburban neighborhood standards, and as shown in the site plan is Exhibit C, minimum setback for principal buildings along the eastern project boundary, as we discussed earlier. There's a minimum of 119 feet. The maximum building height, as I mentioned, is 3 stories, but quantify that as 45 feet. Site development plan shall be developed in accordance with the attachment C, which I showed you previously, with approval of a community and economic development director. Minor changes may be made at the time of site plan review without modification to the PUD. Landscaping and buffering. Adjacent to the eastern boundary, a 20-foot wide landscape buffer shall be constructed in accordance with Exhibit D. Previous illustration I just showed you. The buffer shall consist of a 6-foot-high blockage view fence wall and a minimum of 16 shrubs plus 4 B medium trees and 2 large A trees every 100 linear feet. The specific tree shade species used shall be subject to review and approval by the Parks and Recreation Department at the time of site plan review, and the preservation and incorporation of existing trees within that buffer is encouraged. The buffer shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Outdoor lighting shall be in accordance with section 4.6 of the Land Development Code, and that specifies, that takes care of the glare, for the parking lots and things like that. Those lights shall not, shine into somebody's window in their backyard. For the transportation concurrency, for sure transportation conditions, binding concurrency determination shall be made with each site plan submittal. An ADA compliant pedestrian network is required between each residential building, on-site amenity, and South Parkway frontage road sidewalk. Bicycle parking shall be provided for each principal building in compliance with section 4.11.6 of the Land Development Code and including index 900 of the city's engineering standards manual. Due to the site's proximity to Lakeland International Airport, an navigation agreement shall be executed and recorded with the Polk County Clerical Courts prior to site plan submittal. Prior to the first certificate of occupancy, the ADA compliant transit shelter shall be installed on South Parkway frontage in close proximity to the subject property location with the design approved by Lakeland Area Mass Transit District and FDOT. Prior to the first building permit issuance, a cross-access easement shall be executed with the adjacent property to the west, Lockheed Martin, to allow for the construction of a joint driveway as depicted in Exhibit C. This agreement shall be recorded with Polk County Clerk of Courts. Construction of this joint driveway shall include removal of existing driveway to Lockheed Martin property. In addition, an eastbound right turn lane shall be constructed at the new joint driveway with Lockheed Martin with design that meets FDOT standards. The development should comply with all FDOT permitting requirements. Prior to the first certificate of occupancy, the developer shall submit a signal retiming plan for State Road 563 Hardin Boulevard at North Parkway Frontage Road intersection to improve its operations. This retiming plan shall be approved by FDOT and the city. And that is the conditions, and we do recommend approval. And stand for any questions you may have.
Is there a motion to?
One quick question. How far, since you moved the entrance, how far away is it from the three-way stop to go under the parkway?
Oh, gosh.
I think it's probably quarter or half
Quarter
mile.
mile, yeah. I think it's about a quarter mile, yeah.
Because you're about 1,000 feet from the underpass
yeah.
intersection, and then, so it's definitely
They always
meets all
cut the
spaces.
pictures off, like,
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to accept the recommendation?
I move to accept staff's recommendation to approve this project.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're on, Ronald.
Item 7.
Very much.
Plat approval for the Mitchell Meadows subdivision on 2.6 acres generally located north of Petaway Drive, east of Beard Avenue, and south of Union Drive. Owner, Petaway Land Trust 415, applicant, AJN Surveying, LLC.
Good afternoon. For the record, Todd Vargo with the Community Economic Development Division. This shouldn't be too long. As you stated, AGN Surveying, LLC, on behalf of the Petaway Land Trust 415, have submitted a subdivision plat for the Mitchell Meadows subdivision. The proposed plat is a replat of 6 existing lots that are part of the Glenwood Park subdivision. Here's a location map right here. This is I-4, State Road 33 and 98. Here's the existing 6 lots that are part of the Glenwood Park subdivision, which is Plat Book 9, page 25. And the request is to subdivide those into 10 lots on approximately 2.6 acres. There's the first page of the plat. There's the second page of the plat showing the 10 lot subdivision. Excuse me. The property is generally located north of Petaway Drive, east of Barrett Avenue, and south of Union Drive. Plats are reviewed by the city's subdivision review team for compliance with Article 9, which is the subdivision standards of the Land Development Code. And Mr. Mitchell is here, and I'm here if you have any questions. Again, the plat process is pretty straightforward, so we recommend approval.
Just a quick question. What are the lot sizes? I can't read the numbers once I zoom in.
They're going to be approximately a quarter acre. This area does not have city sewer. It was originally platted in the county over 100 years ago, actually, and we annexed it in about 20 years ago. So in order to comply with the health department requirements, the lots are actually going to be probably twice as large as the RA3 minimum under the current zoning in order to permit the septic systems there. So they are going to be quite large by RA3 standards.
80 by 130, does that sound right? That's about what I can see.
Nice.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to accept the recommendation?
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I think that is everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look at staff.
Thank you for being so patient with
Yes.
us.
Thank you very much.
Oh, goodness, I'm sorry.
Give or take.
She meant PM.
She made Hawaii time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care. In terms of Planning and Transportation Managers Report, at yesterday's City Commission meeting, the commission approved the land use and the conditional use and the zoning for the Southwest Park off Pipkin Road. Also approved the PUD modification for the Acorn self-storage on State Road 33, as well as the, I just drew a blank. It'll hit me. But those are the two big items that were approved yesterday.
Emergency room?
Oh, the freestanding emergency room, that's right. Helps if I write the actual name of the project. But they did approve that as well. So 3 big items were approved at yesterday's City Commission meeting. In terms of coming attractions, we've got 3 ADU requests on Maxwell Street, High Britton Way, Johnson Avenue. We have a conditional use request for Central Florida Healthcare Clinic on, the address is 1129 North Missouri, but it's actually goes all the way over to Florida Avenue across from Henley Field and Bryant Stadium. We've got an annexation land use zoning for Pipkin Creek office, which is kind of north and east of Parkway Corporate Center, between there and Lakeside Preserve and Southwest Lakeland. Request for PUD zoning Granada of Lakeland, which would be 46 multifamily units between Antilla and Granada Street. Lake Gibson multifamily, so right next door to Wedgwood, we'll have a public hearing on a request to change the PUD to allow 320 multifamily units, which is a change from, I think it's 600 age-restricted multifamily that exists today. So it's really trading off uses with the intent of not having a additional impact from a transportation standpoint. So we'll need to look at schools and utilities, but transportation, we should be holding serve on that. Next to Carolyn Lakes, Pop's Painting, we've got a request for a PUD that would, a PUD modification that would allow for a large cross-dock distribution center on Pop's Painting property, north of Drainfield Road, west of Airport. So I will expect that one to get a lot of attention.
So we're going to be busy next month.
We're going to be busy next month, which really gets into what I want to tell you all and community and economic development staff of how much I know I personally appreciate your service and all of your hard work, to get these projects moving forward. It's not easy. All the easy projects are done. They're all complicated. They're all in built areas of the city, and so we appreciate everybody's work and patience as we work the details out and come up with the best product we can for the citizens and our community. So thank you all very much for everything you do.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for making our job a little bit easier
Right.
with all your research and all the
Yeah.
time you put into giving us the information before we ask.
And this guy too.
Yeah, for,
We
would be a loss. We'd be
Absolutely.
Joe needs to make a couple comments. Hold on.
I just want to say thank you. I was able to participate in the APA planning conference.
I was as well.
Yeah. A lot of good information specific to members that would serve on this kind of board throughout the state, talking about legislation and authority that's given to us, and just some, I guess, thoughts that came out of that that I thought I'd just at least convey. They talked about what is in a good staff report, and good to say everything that y'all are doing is in there. But there were a couple of things, at least just got in my mind to think through. One was hearing times. I know we do ours early in the morning. Most of the state does theirs in the evenings to accommodate folks that perhaps can't be here during working hours. So just think about that a little bit. And I'm not sure if we have any authority or ability to even consider anything different, particularly on an issue like what came before us today, if we anticipate a lot of folks. And then many of the larger municipalities use consent agendas for really simple items, meeting minutes and plat reviews and things of that nature, recognizing if we don't have a full agenda, it's not a big deal, but if we have something like what we've got coming up, it might be a bigger thing to think about. But that was all. There was a lot of really good information.
There was, and one of the speakers also addressed the meeting times, and he encouraged us, and I don't know if we're allowed to, so I'm going to ask, he encouraged us to go out into the community and speak to people in different neighborhoods and encourage them to come to the meetings. You know, if we're allowed to do that, I will be happy to do it, but that's one thing that he suggested.
And meeting times is always tough. I know the city commission a couple of years ago tried to go from morning to afternoon. It was like a 3 o'clock start. And we found ourselves, I mean, we had Carolyn Lake's Apartments. It was, I think, one of the first public hearings that came along after that. And so the meetings ran late enough where I know, like with not necessarily just our staff, but also all of the development staff also, and others that want to participate in the process, they may not be able to because, you know, transit service stops, 5:45, 6 o'clock. So it's hard for people if you don't have a car to be able to get to the hearing, and just additional staff time and dollars to be able to support those hours. And so I think between that and we just had, I think Carolyn Lake's that hearing ended up going somewhere between 5 and 6 hours, followed by Morgan Creek. Everybody started to see the handwriting on the wall that, either we could stay till 10 o'clock at night or figure out some ways. And so what we've tried to do is at least allow people to participate. You can submit your comments via email, phone call. It carries the same weight as if you were here in person. So hopefully that allows us or gives us the ability to cast a wide net and make sure we're getting the input that we need. But it's always been tough for us is because of, our meeting times are early enough in the day where hopefully folks can be able to go to work and but still not having transit access later into the evening, and to me is a very big issue.
And I think also with everything being on video, I mean, you can watch these meetings anytime you want to. All you have to do is pull them up on your phone. And I mean, I think that's a big plus. I think it's unfortunate that the county hasn't gone that far, because I think the county needs to do that too.
Well, another thing that the speaker suggested would be to encourage those communities who might have residents who can't make the meetings to designate a representative with letters and signed letters so they can convey all of those issues that those residents might have, which if the residents in our community don't know that they can do that, then they're not going to do it. So, yeah.
And
I was just going to chime in and say that our bylaws for this board have not been updated since 1995. So I will take a swing at maybe making some suggested edits and then present them to the board, and then we can have all of these conversations as part of our discussion and updating those bylaws and trying to get them current. I think almost 30 years is long enough to maybe revisit them, and we can address all those things as part of that discussion as amending our bylaws.
But hearing from some of the questions from the audience in that conference, you guys are doing a lot of the things right.
Yeah.
We have
We
a great
appreciate it.
staff, and
we've got a great team
we
here.
have a really good team here in Lakeland.
Yeah, and I'll just say for night meetings, all the boards that I sat with in Tampa had night meetings, and it was pretty regular that I would be at City Hall after midnight. So something to keep in mind. If you're a night owl, it's great, but walking out of City Hall at 1 o'clock in the morning is
Knowing you have to be there like 6 hours later, 7 hours later?
Fortunately, every month we're not here until 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I think if transportation is a problem for people, once again, I think we need to do, citywide, we need to do a better job of letting people know that these are available to watch. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, I run into people frequently, especially when they're upset about something that we voted on a certain way. I say,
Do you put that on the notices? Like when you mail out the notices, like if you can't attend the meeting, it will be televised on this channel?
You've got everything on there in terms of contact, and you can email.
I don't know
And I
what more
also
you
found it
can
very
do.
helpful.
No, and he said it's just going out into the
Exactly.
communities and letting them know and letting them know how they can be involved in the process without physically being here.
I also
So-
appreciated the 2 people today that gave us a handout. I think that's invaluable to be, because I can't hear them a lot of times. I'm old, my ears don't work. I can't hear them a lot of times.
I'll rent you one of
See,
mine.
and then they put a mask on and I'm done at
And,
that point.
and that's something too, is maybe even, I know sometimes I will talk and I'm not leaning into the microphone, and, I think leaning in the microphone or making sure it's adjusted the right height, it's,
Or
because.
they just talk like I do. But I mean, I think that that's, having their testimony for whatever in writing is wonderful to have.
I love the idea of, like, with the plats, having that on, if we're able to do a consent agenda and having plats, because, we've had a number of plats lately, and really, it is hard to get into the technical details of a plat, particularly because all we're seeing is the image on the screen, and you can't really get in. It gets into questions of lot sizes and other things that really are typically handled at zoning or some other, some other form. So if there was a way we could put that on a consent item, we don't have people sitting here all afternoon waiting for their turn, but it also kind of provides additional service.
My suggestion is we'll just, you and I and the other planning staff will take some edits, a swipe at edits to the bylaws, and we'll take all of this feedback into consideration, and we'll bring something for the board next month to try to
And you can put estimated
implement that.
time.
Maybe.
Plan for an hour.
Yeah.
Well, it did help. It did help when you guys said that it was going to be a long one. I mentally prepared, so.
I've gotten a request to say this meeting is adjourned.
You'll have a great afternoon.
Yeah, when the agenda's set up, just put those first on the agenda.